Please rise. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance At this time, I'd like to introduce Reverend Michael Walton, pastor of Liberty Community Christian Church, LC3.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, Board of Aldermen, City Council, fellow Kernervillians. Let us pray. Dear wise and heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, a day never seen before, never to be seen again. Father, I thank you on behalf of all those that are gathered here today. Thank you for your many abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for a measure of health. Father, we thank you because all of our life and times are in your hand. Father, the scripture tells us that the citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established all authorities under you. Father, we come to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembling council. Father, I ask your gracious abundance of blessings upon them. Grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicts and interests and issues of our times. Grant them a sense of welfare and true needs for our people. Grant them confidence in what is good and what is fitting. Father, there's safety in the multitude of counsel. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Give us an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in this great city of Kernersville. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Walton. I appreciate everyone's attendance and participation in this. We do have several firefighters here. If they do need to leave, that happens sometimes when you're a firefighter. So, State Representative Donnie Lambeth had planned to be here, but had a schedule conflict and is planning to come at a future meeting. At this time, I would like to recognize Jeff Hatling, but before he stands, I'd like to say a few words. Jeff Hatling is serving as the Community Development Director for the town of Kernersville, a position he has had with various titles since March of 1997. Maybe some of you saw the article in the Business Journal that was published in June that highlighted some of the changes that Kernersville has experienced during Mr. Hatling's tenure. Our population at the time he was hired was close to 13,747, is now 26,312 plus or minus. He brought a lot of innovative ideas in his work with the Board of Aldermen, the mayor, the citizens, ideas that were good ideas in the community, but the trick is how you implement them. With his involvement, we adopted the zoning overlay districts, which is an issue in some of the zoning cases tonight. It has enhanced the appearance, in Kernersville, increased our tree canopy with required plantings of trees, shrubs, and the beautification efforts that our businesses take when they remodel or reopen or change use. That's how we have the variety of signs, but more and more the monument signs, the trees in the parking lots, the landscaping, and some of the facade and appearance standards that has given Kernersville a great look, slowly one business at a time. He helped guide our town through the creation of very innovative zoning, creating large zoning districts at a time when speed for development was so important. The land use process typically in many communities took months and months. By creating these zoning districts that were zoned in advance with the uses specified, it allowed site plan development to go quickly to rapidly accommodate the needs of businesses who were interested in a location in the triad. We worked on our website. We worked on how we represented ourselves as a town. We thought about hiring an economic development director, but Jeff Hatling was doing such a good job, we just gave him more responsibility. And so the name of his department changed from the planning department to the community development department. One of the large zoning districts we created was business industrial, which became Triad Business Park, which started out as about 337 acres and has added acreage. That's where you now see FedEx. FedEx opened with one expansion, but Jeff, in talking with the economic developers in the state and town manager, myself, the business, working with High Point as to water and sewer and services with our town staff, FedEx opened with a plan for 3 expansions. They built one part of it when they first opened. They've since done their 3rd expansion. The expansion of land and equipment in that 1/3 expansion has got a tax value of $40 million. So that's just one large zoning district that was developed. The other was the Medical Business Park, 200 plus acres, where Novant Health Kernersville Medical Center now sits, a new road, Kernersville Medical Parkway. It created an opportunity for the VA Healthcare Center to locate in the North Carolina State Veterans Nursing Home that has not yet opened. Jeff helped steer the town manager, the mayor, the Board of Aldermen, and the department heads through a lot of innovative changes, working with the citizen committees on countless area plans, really working on our master planning for our land use plan, working on economic development projects for the town to help us bring the water, sewer, and roads that created the infrastructure for development, and creating a policy in Kernersville that infrastructure is what we were going to invest in rather than the economic policies that some surrounding communities had. While also working hard for the town of Kernersville, Jeff Hatling has been involved in the community with countless endeavors that I only know a few of, delivering Meals on Wheels routes and involvement in leadership capacities in his church, all the while somehow keeping his sense of humor despite a demanding job and a growing community. So it's my honor to recognize Jeff Hatling tonight. And Jeff, you can come forward. We'll move the microphone as well. Let's see, does the microphone pick up? Just trying. Well, I would say it isn't so, except that you're leaving our department in such good hands with Catherine Garner and the great staff we had. When Jeff had the title planning director, he really had a pretty small department. Somehow, over the time, inspections and all of these other roles and capacities, GIS and everything was added to Jeff's administration. And in all that, he's supervised employees with a sense of humor, served the citizens of the town well, helped the town manager, the mayor, the board of aldermen over the various years accomplish goals for the community. And So starting, as I said, March 24th, 1997 as the planning director, becoming community development director, July 2006. Jeff Hatling recently received the Marvin Collins Outstanding Planning Award from the North Carolina chapter of the American Planning Association, and recently received the Lawrence Pope Economic Development Award from the Kernersville Chamber of Commerce in 2021. And that award is not given every year. That award is given for exceptional involvement in economic development efforts. And whereas Jeff Hatling has served the citizens of the town of Kernersville and upheld the standards of excellence in community development, it's my honor and privilege as mayor of Kernersville to recognize the professional achievements and significant contributions to the town of Kernersville by Jeffrey Allen Hatling and express sincere gratitude for your many years of service to the town of Kernersville and its citizens. And we wish you so well in your future endeavors, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It wasn't that hard because in 1997 I came down from the north, hard to believe, and I came down through Walkertown and West Mountain Street, Bodenhammer Street down to the old Quality Inn, and I said, "This is one ugly little town. I could, as a land planner, this is going to be fun." And you know, it's been a great run. Another fun thing, Curtis and Dawn and I have been together for over 24 years. So, whew, great.
Things about me. He said not nice things sometimes, right?
It's a pandemic. We've been together. Of course, there's so many people I would like to thank. It's very appreciated. Thanks.
You know, I never thought serving on the planning board, and Jeff Hatling was the newly hired director of planning, and all the different zoning cases that we talked about over the years. I didn't think I would be presenting you with a Lifetime Achievement Retirement Award, but it's an honor, and we wish you the best. All right, so the next person we're going to recognize is also retiring, and I feel like Officer Sean Hull is someone who in our community needs no introduction because we all know you, Sean. I didn't get to work closely with him like the chief of police and the others in the department and the others in emergency service, but we truly appreciate your service to the town of Kernersville. Sean came to us as an experienced police officer and has been with the town of Kernersville many years, is a canine handler, and brought Jax with him tonight. And so tonight we're going to take this opportunity to recognize Sean and Jack.
He's a little wound up. I don't want you to be a casualty.
Okay. So tonight it's my honor to present a proclamation to Officer Hull. Officer Hull began working for the town of Kernersville on April 13th, 2016. He was serving the position of Police Officer 2 while being wounded in the line of duty. Officer Hull was recognized as the 2021 Citizen of the Year by the Kernersville Chamber of Commerce. The recognition was for how inspiring he has been since recovering, the inspiration he's brought to our community, speaking about his faith and being involved, and that endless optimism. We all love you, Officer Hull, for that. In your service as a police officer, you've served the citizens of the town of Kernersville and upheld the standards of excellence in public safety and dedicated service to the town of Kernersville. So it's my honor as Mayor of Kernersville and on behalf of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen to recognize your professional achievements and significant contributions to the town of Kernersville and express sincere gratitude for your service to the town of Kernersville and its citizens. And we wish you and your family the very, very best. Okay. We also want to recognize Jax for his distinguished service as a K-9 officer with the Kernersville Police Department. Yes, the K-9 officers have badges, and this is a representation of his badge and his service. So I'll come over to the other side for a photo. Thank you.
Here, boy. I'll be brief because I don't know how long he'll last. And I got my illustrious captain back there doing the old time thing. So be quick. But no, you guys have heard me say it a million times, and I'll say it over and over and over again until I'm no longer here. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart for what you did for myself and my family. This experience could have been something else altogether if we didn't have the love and support that we had from you guys through it. The uplifting, how much that uplifted me in the hospital, words don't even express. There's no way I can come up with words to express how much it uplifted me in the hospital. And my family too. My wife has been through the ringer with this career. It has brought a ton of stress and has put her through a lot of stuff. But she's been incredible and strong. And while she was having to nurse me and take care of me at home after they discharged me, she's still having to take care of our two young ones, Tucker and Tanner, 5 and 1.5, and that's a whole lot just in and of itself. So this isn't the way I expected to go out. This has been an incredible career, and I've reached the pinnacle of it, I feel like, by being able to handle him. This dog right here has got a lot of seriously bad people off the street, keeping everybody safe. He deserves the love and admiration and recognition as much as, if not more, than I do. Us canine handlers like to think we're all it, but we just hold the leash. The dogs make us look good. Really, it's him doing all the work. So just thank you again. Thank you for the honor and privilege of being able to serve the town of Kernersville. Thank you for the honor of this celebration. God's closing one chapter, we're closing one chapter and opening up another. So I'm excited to see what the future holds, and I hope I can serve just in a different way. So thank you from me and Jax.
It almost doesn't seem fair to recognize Jeff for retirement and then have him be here for 3 zoning cases, but
I love doing what I do. Sorry to leave. I'm tired. I gotta go.
all right, we'll do it then. Okay, so as we get started with the zoning cases and the rest of the agenda items, just a few housekeeping things. If you came in later and you didn't fill out a speaker card and you would like to speak on public hearing 1A, 1B, or 1C, if you could fill out an agenda speaker card and give it to our town manager. Curtis will raise your hand. You see Curtis? That's who to give it to. If you'd like to speak on a public session item, 2B, C, D, or E, also fill out a speaker card. We have 2 matters if you'd like to address the board on an item that is not otherwise covered on the agenda. And the opportunities to speak then are on items 2A, which has a 5-minute time limit and up to 4 speakers, or item 3. So if you'd like to speak as a speaker from the floor, please fill out a speaker card. All right. When an agenda item is denoted as a public hearing, persons attending shall be permitted to address the Board of Aldermen regarding the item under consideration, those speaking in favor speaking first, and those against speaking second. Proponents, those in favor, and opponents, those against, shall each be given 20 minutes of time to speak and may choose to allow one speaker to utilize that time or allocate the time among different speakers. In the event that either proponents or opponents have not designated speakers to represent that view, the mayor shall divide the 20 minutes by the number of speakers wishing to address the Board of Aldermen, and each speaker shall be allowed that given time within which to express his or her comments, ideas, concerns, expressions, and desires. After the opponents speak, the mayor will allow the proponents 5 minutes for rebuttal. If the proponents choose to exercise this option, the opponents will also have 5 minutes for rebuttal. In the event that the proponents do not present a rebuttal, then the opponents shall be given no further time to speak. All right, so with each of these cases, with the involvement that you've had in the community, you may have seen pieces of the process, but I'd like to take a minute to talk about the entire process for a zoning case. We're here tonight for the Board of Aldermen public hearing, which has the time limits of 20 minutes for each side. This gives a limited time to present. So recognize that you have a limited amount of time to speak and organize your thoughts and ideas. If someone has already well covered your points, then cover different points. You can say you agreed with the previous speaker. You can do things to save time, like ask the people who are there representing your point of view to stand. They can stand and then they can sit back down. That takes very little time. The reason for time limits is difficult. You see, we've got 3 public hearings on the agenda tonight and a number of other matters to address. We in our hearts want to hear everything you have to say for as long as it takes to say it. But that's one of the reasons there's been the ability to have, the emails and phone calls and that kind of thing. Because if we did that with the first case, then there wouldn't be time for the other cases to have their ideas heard before it got to be very late at night. So the planning board has less stringent time limits, but the Board of Aldermen does have the time limit. Second point is that emotions in any zoning case can run high. But it's important to have a good process to listen to all of the speakers. So please avoid commenting, talking, cheering, clapping, and that sort of thing. If you feel like you need to do that, there's space outside that you can have conversations, so you can step outside between the doors, stay out of the cold, but have your conversations out there so people in the room can focus on what's being said, so that it's not difficult to hear all of the speakers. A third point that you may not have seen at the planning board is that the Board of Aldermen members can ask a question of anyone in the room. But if you're asked a question, if you could please return to the podium and answer the question. It's not an opportunity to begin your remarks anew. You can clarify remarks, but please don't start over from the beginning. So the process has been long, and many of you have seen different parts of that. After a case is filed, the staff reviews it and issues their recommendations in their staff report. A DRC meeting, Development Review Committee meeting, is held, where the site plan is reviewed for compliance with town regulations, including street widths, the ability of emergency vehicles to turn around, various other kind of important but technical points. Then there's the planning board review process. All of the members of the planning board are serving as volunteers on a board or commission. They make an advisory recommendation to the Board of Aldermen, and as you've seen with some of the cases on the agenda tonight, the process of having the public hearing and people having their thoughts heard can generate changes in the plan. The plan we're considering tonight is what's been submitted with the staff recommendation, with all of the updated changes, and with the updated site plan. If something has been said earlier in this process and it is not included on the site plan and not included in conditions, it would not be part of this rezoning. So it needs to be included tonight in the conditions if it's been talked about and not yet included. All right, with that kind of background, we'll begin. We'll set the clock at 20 minutes. We won't count your time introducing yourself against you. There's a microphone on the podium. It's probably set to green, which is on, but if not, you can push the button and the green, they're like this. So if the green light's on, then it's ready. But okay. All right. So we won't count your time against you for saying your name, saying your address. And that is for the clerk who's sitting in the back corner who creates the minutes and the record of the meeting. All right, so I have one. So I have 5 speakers signed up to speak on this agenda item. So that would be 6 minutes or 4 minutes each. So if you only need 3 minutes, you can just use 3 minutes, and that will allow another minute for somebody else later on. But we'll call time on each speaker when you get to 4 minutes. But we'll run the clock down from 20. All right, so are there any questions? Anything I haven't covered? I have TJ and Tiffany as 1 speaker, Tracy Shiflett as 2, Al Lewis as 3, Jared Davis as 4, and Carolyn Garrison as 5. That's on the opposition side. And I have 1 speaker, Amanda Williams, signed up in favor. Amanda, is anyone else speaking or just you? Okay, so Amanda will have the 20 minutes. All right, if there's no further questions, Joe, have I missed anything? Okay, all right. So the first item is item 1A. It's a public hearing rezoning. Barry Siegel, agent for owner, requests a conditional use rezoning from RS20 to RSQC, residential single-family quadruplex conditional use district, for the property located on the eastern side of Kerner Road, at the southeastern side of the intersection with Dean Road, containing a total of 51.5 acres and being all of the PIN numbers as listed on the agenda. The uses requested are residential single-family, zoning docket K793. We'll begin with a presentation by our Community Development Director, Mr. Jeff Hatling.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. As the mayor described, this is a conditional use rezoning with a specific site plan and specific conditions from RS20 to RSQC. 47-acre site, 114 units, 2.43 units per acre. This parcel is in our ETJ, which is an extraterritorial jurisdiction granted by Forsyth County for areas outside the city limits, but still which gives the power of zoning decisions to the town within our area influence and future expansion areas. Surrounding zoning is here on the map and also in the staff report. The adjacent properties are RS20, but you'll see to the south is RS12. That is due to basically how sewer is expanded to the north. So to the right is a map illustrating three colors of three areas within the city limits of our RS12 that pump stations were installed to allow for those urban developments to take place. There's that RS12 area. A few years ago, the City County Utility Commission moved those three pump stations to one pump station to the north, and thus opening up this parcel to be served with public sewer. And so through the expansion of sewer to the north, this area has now come in for higher density development in the surrounding RS12. When you look at sewer, basically sewer built Kernersville. Here's a 1923 map of Kernersville. Very early on, having public sewer, very rare for a lot of communities. This is basically our downtown area, heading out West Mountain Street and Cherry Street, North Main Street. If you look at the current city limits and the current site, you take that same piece, you can see how Kernersville has grown and become a community based on sewer expansion. This is one of the keystone of Kernersville's growth has been the expansion of sewer. A developer once told me, I don't have a very glamorous job, I just follow sewer around. And that sewer is basically the responsibility of the community to guide its growth into the future. Land use plan in this area calls for low density residential, which is 3 units or less. It's 2.43 units per acre for this project. The previous zoning is RS20, and that was really established for areas in Forsyth County that may just had public water but not public sewer. RS20 is a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, which typically the minimum you can have if you're going to have a septic tank. A lot of times it might be larger if you needed public septic, private septic, and private water. But so RS20 is a district that was really designed for areas not served by sewer. The RSQ, which is residential to quadruplex district, is primarily intended to accommodate predominantly single-family areas containing a mix of single-family detached dwelling, duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, and urban neighborhood areas with adequate infrastructure to support more intense development. So when staff first started working with the developer, RSQ was selected based upon they were looking at potentially doing some attached units, similar to the development taking place just south of Kernersville Middle School. So the RSQ is an appropriate district for that type of development. However, other areas, RSQ has just been used for single-family residential. And in this case, as we did land planning for this area with the developer, it was determined that RSQ would still be a good district, but they eliminated the attached. So only detached single-family residential would be allowed. So once again, this is conditional use district. The adopted ordinance, which include, if the ordinance adopted, it would include a site plan for single-family residential attached only, with conditions coming to law or the zoning regulation for the parcel. So right now, I think we have probably 600 plus or minus conditional use zoning districts around town. So each district is its own law or own ordinance. We have a complete file system to retain those records. If this is adopted, it would only be single-family residential with the conditions listed. Any changes or deviations to the site plan or conditions require a new rezoning. Staff does have the ability to do minor staff changes. You have to move the road around, or maybe have some obstacle. They realized it early, but they have to be very minor. No deviation from type of use, or you cannot go more intense. Regarding the site plan, the original site plan had 118 lots. We're now looking at 114. Original density is 2.51. We're looking at 2.43. The planning board public hearing was held. The developer heard several comments that they felt they could address. Planning board continued their meeting for taking later action to allow the developer to work with some of the adjacent property owners, and numerous changes were made. One was reducing some of the number of lots. So just to be very clear, typically we will not cover all the conditions. I'm just going to highlight some of the conditions. As I mentioned, the use is identified as only residential single family. There is a specific condition as required by NCDOT, right and left turn lanes on Kerner Road, viewed and approved by NCDOT. Also, what's unique in conditional use, it's very important to point out that the benefit of conditional use is these elaborate conditions that the developer can offer to address adjacent property owner and community concerns. So the very detailed, some of the most detailed building design and site plan standards I've seen in 24 years and over 600 some rezoning cases. So when you look at the minimum lot sizes, they're well over the lowest one they're proposing in this area is around 2,600 square feet. The adjacent area, the street network adjacent to this site, we did a GIS analysis, and the average square foot of the adjacent property is basically to the north and the east and the south, 2,030 square feet. So some of the homes are larger than that, some are smaller, but on average, this development, of course, will exceed the average surrounding them on the north, east, and west, north, east, and south. Also, if you look, the second condition on another type of home, the minimum they're looking at allowing is the average square foot of homes constructed on these lots shall be equal to or greater than 2,600 square feet. So to be very specific, that was one of the concerns. People wanted to make sure there was compatible homes in this area. These will be larger homes, compatible with the surrounding area and square footage. Very detailed elevations were submitted, and descriptions were given for these elevations. These won't be the exact homes. Basically, it took these illustrations, wrote specific conditions of what you're looking at: hip and gable, trim doors, enhanced entrance. So also more detail on the architectural features on all sides. This is one of the things the Planning Board of Aldermen saw years ago when we were down in North Mecklenburg. Looked at housing down there as we knew the housing started coming to Kernersville like it did in North Mecklenburg, and we noticed that a lot of the sides and rear of homes were attractive because the design trim included. We have a condition all sides of the architectural features. More information on garage doors and sidewalks. They added a unique condition number 11, no parking signs shall be installed at turnarounds. We added some turnarounds because one of the adjacent property owners wanted the street stub tour, but we want to make sure we protect that area, emergency services. Also, the other thing that the developer went back and enhanced the street yard along Kerner Road, the berm requirement. We've done that in a couple other places. Here's Kensington Village with a berm and plantings. Here's Salisbury Crossing with a berm, plantings. It won't be exactly like either one of these, but this is basically what the developer proposed to cause a nice transition between some of the rural area and this area urbanizing. This project, there's watershed information. This is outside of the FEMA flood controls. This project, if approved, will be annexed into the town of Kernersville. It also talks about privacy fence that the developer has offered along some adjacent property owners will be maintained and recorded with the documents with long-term maintenance. And most importantly, it has a condition referring to the specific site plan that was submitted as an amendment. People are familiar with this project. New site plan has red illustrations with the changes from the first to the second site plan. Regarding traffic, we used the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation, the 10th edition, to provide estimates for a 24-hour period, also AM and PM peak. So this is like the national standard. So single-family residential typically will generate 9.44 trips per dwelling unit over a 24-hour period. More importantly, when you look at that, 114 units at 9.44 is 1,000 trips per 24-hour period. So it sounds like a lot of trips. But it's important to remember that's over a 24-hour period. When you look at the AM peaks, you're looking at about 86 trips per day during that 2-hour period. And the PM peaks, you're looking at about 114 trips at 4 and 6. I always use the illustration. One time an alderman said to me, in a project similar to this of 110, 120 homes, that's a lot of trips. And I pointed out I live in Branchwood. This alderman was familiar with Branchwood. Branchwood has about 120 homes, 2 points of ingress and egress. I've lived there for 24 years, trying to pull out on West Mountain Street. Not an issue. There's not a lot of traffic when you're distributing the traffic over a long period of time. So the number seems large in your head, but when you go out to different neighborhoods and really look at traffic and flows, you'll see that this average neighborhood flow you would think of any place in the country. Also regarding traffic patterns, 4 lots go off Roswell, which is the Cliffwood area. The remaining 110 lots will go off Kerner Road and Fairweather. When you look at the distribution, staff estimates about 80% most likely will exit out Kerner Road, 20% to Fairview. Some of the existing surrounding neighborhoods, of course, will cut through this neighborhood if they're going over to Walkertown or Abington. A lot of people on the north side now shop over in the Walkertown area. So there'll be traffic flowing in and out and through this project. Regarding the capacity of the roadways, the latest Kerner Road annual average daily traffic from NCDOT is approximately 7,000 trips per day. In response to some citizens' comments, NCDOT was specifically asked about the capacity of Kerner Road. The response was, across the local district, there are many 2-lane roads with similar housing densities that exceed 12,000 trips per day. And that's pretty much a standard. A 2-lane road, on average, will handle over 12,000 or more trips per day, still be within its capacity. The other thing people talked about is connectivity. This is always an issue when you're doing a subdivision. This is a great example. I think the planning board, who recommended 7-0, approving this project, and of course staff recommended approval. A lot of people are familiar with this area of town. Here's the YMCA off the West Mountain Street, Asbury neighborhood, Wesley Park, Old Orchard, Westlow, heading south, Timberwood, Kensington Village, Kilburn. All these neighborhoods have connected over the years. Some are ribbon pavement roads with no sidewalks or curb. Some have curb and gutter. Some have curb and gutter and sidewalks. I have good friends who live in Asbury and the ribbon pavement. Pretty much every time I go visit, people are walking on the streets with their dogs. I do not know of any danger. Accidents have happened because of pedestrian and traffic as we have connected these neighborhoods. They further connect. Woodcross, of course, was a rezoning case a couple months ago or last year. It was very controversial. Very high density single family residential that the Board of Aldermen approved. The homes were in character but smaller lots, but it was in the overall density and keeping very similar to this project. Oakmont, next to this area. Of course, Oakmont is interesting. As you're familiar with Oakmont, it started out as larger lots, but then it had some very clustered homes in it, RS9, very small lots. And as we moved
developed further east. Some of the homes were clustered, RS9, 9,000 square foot lots. It's all connected. So this is a great illustration of building community. Build community by connecting people, streets, movement. The watershed, this site sits below water around from the surrounding residential areas flow through this site. And this property is designed to handle its own stormwater. It's an East Blues watershed. The stream is present on site, but there is no FEMA flood zones on this property. There is a 30-foot buffer area along the streams and the ponds, so some environmental sensitive areas that will be protected. The site will be developed using a high-density stormwater development option, utilized engineering stormwater control measures, treat stormwater prior to release via the 2 stormwater wet ponds via retention basin. So there will be some stormwater retention, primarily also the water quality enhancement project. Staff analysis, the developer is only proposing single-family detached housing units. Developer has agreed to conditions of NCDOT road improvements, buffering along Kerner Road, screening along adjacent properties, minimum housing square footage, and detailed architectural details. Further, Kerner Road, Fairweather Drive, and Roswell Drive are NCDOT streets. NCDOT engineers have reviewed the proposal and have made their recommendations of turn lanes on Kerner Road, adequate capacity to serve these additional homes was identified. Multiple entrance points to prevent concentration of trips at one intersection, provide multiple means of entrance and exit for the residents and emergency first responders. And that's another very important thing with connectivity, is that for best flow possible for emergency services. Further, older residential areas developed on the north side of Kernersville were largely dependent on individual septic systems. The expansion of the sewer system increases the ability to serve residential areas with higher density and smaller lots as proposed tonight. Also, increased costs of development pre and post pandemic factors, the scale of subdivisions. Buyers trend nationally, statewide, locally show the proposals submitted are for subdivision with smaller lots or mixed types of residents with public infrastructure. I live in Branchwood. It's a half-acre lot. Most of the homes back in the 60s, 70s, 80s with mom and dad with 2 or more kids. Everybody wanted a large lot. That type of buyer preference has declined. Matter of fact, right now, probably half our units in the future will be attached, actually. Just times have changed and demographics have changed. The proposal fits within the town standards of low density, being below 3 units per acre. The recommendation of approval, the planning board 7-0, 1 member abstained, and staff. Rezoning of the approval of the following motion, move to amend the Unified Development Ordinance of the town by rezoning the property in case 793 from RS20 to RSQC. The said rezoning be consistent with the town's comprehensive plan, the Kernersville Development Plan, further being both reasonable in the public interest because of the following facts. Petitioner requests a conditional use district rezoning allowing building architectural standards to be applied. This assures the development addresses the development plan goal of establishing Kernersville as a unique high quality community within Triad. Petitioner requested a conditional use district rezoning to allow a specific site plan to be considered to address the transitional character of the area and provide additional protection to adjacent properties. Thirdly, the petitioner submitted design incorporated watershed protection and will provide sensitive landscape plan which will help improve the natural environment while providing buffer to adjacent properties. Regarding the site plan approval with the conditions as presented in the planning board report, I'll be happy to answer your question.
Do members of the Board of Aldermen have any questions of staff that they'd like to ask at this time before the public hearing, or do you want to save your questions till after the public hearing?
I've none.
Do you want to ask them now or wait till the, okay, go ahead.
That's for Mr. Hatling. What's the provision out there for sidewalks?
The development within the town of Kernersville standards
they'll be required a 3-foot curb and gutter with 3-foot grassy strip with 5-foot sidewalk throughout their whole
5 foot wide sidewalk
5-foot.
in front of all these houses.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any provision for a sidewalk down the side of the main road out there, Kerner Road?
No, since there's no curb and gutter, only place with NCDOT, they recommend sidewalks only along section with curb and gutter. So the right and left turn lanes most likely will not require curb and gutter.
You said the density out there was 2.4 something houses per acre. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you calculated what the density would be if you take off all of the unused portions of the land there?
I have not.
You think that's relevant?
No.
What's the distance between the houses, side yards on these houses? I looked through all this. I didn't see that.
I would have to leave that question to the developer. Typically RSQ, you're looking at the setbacks. My guess is the setbacks off the top of my head of an RSQ is anywhere from 7 to 5 feet. The homes will probably be an average 15 to 20 ratio. I believe the developer would respond to that.
You hadn't calculated that, correct?
Correct. That they would have to comply with the zoning.
What's the minimum it could be?
I would have to look at.
This particular piece of land was zoned RS20.
Correct.
Why should we rezone it?
I believe the main reason, the pattern of development, the Kernersville pattern of growth, has been as newer as expanded, create more of an urban environment, giving us an opportunity to provide additional housing stock for our economy, give more housing options.
Thank you.
Mr. Apple, do you have questions of staff at this time, or do you want to wait till after the public hearing? Do you have questions of staff at this time, or do you want to wait till after the public hearing? All right, go ahead, Mr. Apple.
Tell me a little bit, educate me a little bit, if you will, as to the process when a subdivision like this is to be proposed, site plan proposed, an application for rezoning filed. How, if in any fashion, do we coordinate Winston-Salem for Forsyth County Schools? A lot of the comments that I've seen from interested parties, emails are included in our packet, address concerns over the crowding of schools, Piney Grove, East Forsyth Middle, East Forsyth High School. How do we interact with the school system so that they'll have some lead time about preparing sites?
Yeah, there's basically two ways. The direct way through individual developments, the school is on our development review committee, so they receive packet of the proposal to allow them to provide comments if they have any concerns with the development. We also work directly with the school facility group on residential projections and the big growth picture. In this case, there was comments and questions about school capacity. We reached out to our school facility guys. Piney Grove currently has capacity. Kernersville Middle School currently has capacity. East Forsyth currently has capacity. And Walkertown Middle School also has capacity. And of course, in Forsyth County, as you know, you can choose other schools. So, and the capacity of the schools, as I think everybody understands, fluctuates. It goes up and down. I mean, when my kids were at Kernersville Middle School, over capacity. There's been new middle schools built to move around. Also, Walkertown and so. But right now, what we received recently from all schools that directly serve this neighborhood all have capacities, unless you want to send your kid to another school.
So if I understand correctly, then basically the responsibility for planning for facilities and staff and so forth, once we've made the school system aware of what the plans are and what's likely to develop, it's kind of up to them both to secure funding and to implement.
Yes, in the last couple of years, I've made a couple presentations to the school board. As you may recall, there was a bond approved a few years ago. Town of Kernersville staff, along with city county planning board staff, school facility staff, we did the projections for the bonds. The bonds were passed. They started implementing. There's a recognition of additional schools needed on the south side of Kernersville. The new school board was elected. We were asked to redo our numbers, look at it again, see what actually happened based on our projections. We made a presentation to the school board. Our projections right on. So justified further implementation of the bond as passed. So there's a lot of bigger picture stuff and direct work we do, not only with the staff, but the school.
So but the process is not one that we just dump, that we just
Right.
willy-nilly approve subdivisions and dump students into existing schools and aren't able to handle them. We let them know.
Yeah, correct. And ultimately, like you mentioned, the Board of Education, the county commissioners are ultimately responsible for the schools, but Kernersville's always had a strong feeling to support its local schools, making sure we have the best schools, good capacity. So staff has always been directed to work hard on making sure great schools.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Apple? Mr. Gorham, do you have
Yes.
any questions?
I just have one. Jeff, that intersection coming off Kerner Road, I know it's got the turning lanes and whatnot, but is there data out there to support that even with all of that, that historically, when you have those types of intersections, is there an increase in traffic problems and accidents?
It's pretty I mean, the last 20 years, there hasn't really been a subdivision on any NCDO street where we haven't done the right and left turn lanes. And the right and left turn lanes really address the situation of being rear-ended. That's of course, as you know, the left gives you an opportunity to pull off the lane, set yourself up for a turn. The right decel lane gives you a chance to pull off. And so, how many dozens and dozens and dozens of projects, turn lanes have been very effective to addressing traffic accidents. And also, of course, that increases the capacity of the roadway. The more 3-lane sections you can do, the greater capacity. A good example, Union Cross Road south of Shields Road. We started with one turn lane, another turn lane, and we start tying the turn lanes in. So in some areas like Union Cross and other areas, we have continuous 3-lane sections now that greatly increase the capacity of the roadway, but also enhance the safety of the driver.
Thank you. Mr. Penix, do you have any questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have one question.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Jeff, Macy Grove Road expansion is completed down to North Main Street, coming from the other side.
Yes.
Do you know what the plans are to take it down end of Linville Road to Dobson Street?
Yes. So the Macy Grove extension that comes from Salem Parkway 421 North, of course, people are familiar, has been completed between Salem Parkway, North Main Street. The other segment between North Main Street and Piney Grove Road, the town has been active with that for years. We actually purchased a large piece of property, 2 pieces in there. Actually, Curtis and I met yesterday. NCDOT has sent us a packet to acquire that for the right-of-way. And so I contacted NCDOT on the current status. And I'm pleased to hear that NCDOT has restarted, finalized its design, authorizing the right-of-way acquisition. I believe it's around 2023. Let the construction go. So that'll be a great relief to traffic. Not only to give the traffic option for the people living in the north, but also address some of the traffic issues we have on Bodenhammer Street as people are trying to get south. North Main Street. So, that's been it's called a loop road, part of our loop road. And we're very pleased. NCDOT stopped, froze all projects in the state. That is one they have released to start again.
So that is slated to be completed by 2020.
Start construction.
Start
2020.
2020.
So basically, the main thing, of course, as you know, the first beginning of a project is actually design. Design is nearly completed. Is it completed enough that they can start now purchasing right away? So they're spending money on the project. It's a project. So it's a project moving as fast as it can right now towards construction.
That would bring it down to the end of Linville Road to Dobson Street.
Yes, it'll hit Linville Springs. Of course, then from Dobson Street, you can take Linville Springs to hit that Mason Grove.
All right, are there any more questions of staff at this time? All right, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. The first proponent that has signed up to speak is Amanda Williams. You could state your name, even though I've just stated it, but that will help us get it into the minutes for the clerk, and your address.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Not really well. There's kind of a zone with the microphone.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amanda Williams with BSC Holdings, and we are the developer proposing to develop the site for you tonight. I have with me Barry Siegel and Bob Woodard, and they're available to answer any questions.
Hang on just a second. We haven't had a chance to try this. So it'd be good to start. Did it work? Okay, go ahead.
We're also having trouble hearing it.
Oh, you are? Okay. All right, might have to pause the time. JR, do you want to restart to 20 minutes?
That better? All right.
All right, now start the time when she starts speaking.
All right, thank you. I wanted to give you a brief introduction of BSC Holdings and the relationship of Royal Homes to us. BSC Holdings is a local family-owned real estate development and property management company. We've been in the real estate business for over 40 years. We've developed subdivisions for many years, and in 2008, when the world crashed and burned, we were left holding over 600 plus lots that have been developed for major home builders. In 2010, we formed Royal Homes in North Carolina with Bob Woodard, former regional president of McCarr Homes. We set out to build high-quality homes on lots that had developed for the major home builders. We've now sold out all of those existing developments and have developed new subdivisions strictly for Royal Homes. Last year, we did over $40 million in sales. The relationship between BSC Holdings and Royal is simple. BSC handles all the land acquisition, development for Royal Homes. Royal builds the houses. BSC is actively involved in all parts of the process in the subdivision that Royal builds. From a development perspective, I believe it's important to briefly review the development of the area around the subject property. In 1979, Hidden Hills began development under the county zoning of RS20. This was the prevalent zoning classification at that time because of the need for septic systems. Zoning classification would essentially permit 2 houses per acre. Neighbors will argue shortly that our request for 2.43 houses per acre is really equivalent to 4 or 5 houses per acre, because the calculation is based on the tract's total acreage versus the acreage in the lot itself. That is, removing the open space and the road acreage from the calculation. The calculation presented on the drawings used by our engineers is consistent with the town's procedure for determining density, of which our proposed development falls into the town's low-density category of 3 or less houses per acre, which incidentally is consistent with the way virtually all municipalities calculate density for housing development. I am sure that the question of the usability of open space will be brought up by our opponents. Let's look at what's happened in the past 30 years, in which that time period several adjoining subdivisions have been developed. 30 years ago, there was no federal, state, or local regulations prohibiting the piping of creeks. In fact, many subdivisions have creeks piped under the roadbeds. There was also no requirement for buffers around creeks. 30 years ago, there was no prohibition on breaking dams or ponds, filling in the pond area to be used for lot development. 30 years ago, there was no requirement to set aside areas that are today classified as wetlands. 30 years ago, there was no sewer available, and the health department regulations as it related to the installation and requirement for septic systems and the location of water wells were drastically different than they are today. 30 years ago, the town of Kernersville did not set forth development standards as it does today. 30 years ago, there was not requirements for the control of stormwater and stormwater runoff onto neighbors' lots onto adjoining properties, as Mr. Fairclaw's video clearly shows in his presentation to the planning board. 30 years ago, there was no requirements for the construction of stormwater ponds, which today must meet state requirements for both quality and quantity. In past years, the states have revised the design and criteria as a result that now ponds are larger and much more costly to build. The ponds are designed so that water discharge rate out of the pond does not exceed the discharge rate off the site prior to its development. In essence, all of these changes have reduced the amount of developable property without compensation to the property owner and increased the cost of development. You look at the impact of actions taken by Forsyth County Utilities in the town of Kernersville. As you know, approximately 3 years ago, Forsyth County Utilities made a decision to build a lift station on Mr. Callahan's property. This lift station was constructed to replace 3 overcapacity and outdated lift stations at the end of its useful life. Associated with the construction, Forsyth County ran sewer lines through adjoining property owners, which understandably upset them. Some have expressed their concern about the possibility of rock blasting on Mr. Callahan's property. We've not been able to assure them that there would be no need for blasting, but based upon the information we've learned from Forsyth County, we believe that the blasting was necessitated by the placement of sewer lines adjacent to the creek bed. Accordingly, we hope this is not an issue on our development. As you know from the review of the feasibility letter from Forsyth County Utilities, which is in the packet tonight, in the black packet, the new lift station was sized to permit up to 200 additional homes. The intent that Mr. Callahan's property and some adjoining property can be serviced by the lift station. With the availability of sewer, Mr. Callahan's property cannot be developed using septic tanks, and as we all know, given time, septic tanks are an environmental issue. So what does all this equate to? 1, the property must be developed with water and sewer. 2, NCDOT now requires turn lanes for virtually all development. 3, because the site falls in the town of Kernersville's ETJ, it must comply with the town's development standards, which require curb and gutter, wider streets, sidewalks on both sides, and stormwater designed to comply with federal, state, and the town's stringent regulations. Lastly, all the other conditions imposed by the town staff must be adhered to in a stringent RSQC zoning like we are requesting tonight. Thus, all the requirements enumerated necessitate more open space and add tremendous cost to the development of property. Our opponents will shortly set forth many arguments to persuade you to deny our rezoning request. Putting aside arguments related to bald eagles and the removal of trees from Mr. Callahan's property, we believe that the germane discussion points focus around traffic, appearance, and density. With regard to traffic, the staff report clearly addresses this. As previously noted, NCDOT has stated that Kerner Road is certainly capable of handling 12,000 trips a day, and this development, when completed, would add 1,076 trips per day, well below the capacity of the road, which is currently at 7,000. Second, NCDOT is requiring the construction of right and left turn lanes. These improvements would be required today, even if the property was zoned or developed to RS20 or RS12 standards. So in essence, the question we pose for you to consider is that even if the property was developed as RS20 under today's guidelines, which we believe is virtually economically impossible, or even developed under RS12 guidelines, would the reduced number of lots, say 90 versus R114, make a significant difference, particularly taking into consideration changes that would be necessitated in the proposed site plan? Certainly the change would entail eliminating the large landscape berm along Kerner Road and utilizing all the unregulated open space if you were to do RS20 or RS12. Furthermore, one must consider the potential impact on sales rate and the potential that the development would move slower in economic downturn. By developing the site as RS20, you would be potentially placing the homes in an unachievable price range, in which the market may not support. Appearance is another concern that's been raised. As a result, we proposed larger homes backing up to Kerner Road to avoid, as one opponent would say, seeing a sea of rooftops driving down Kerner Road. These homes would be the Monarch series built by Royal Homes. Furthermore, we widened the landscape berm to 40 feet from 30 feet in order to provide a very scenic presentation and obscure from the backyards of the homes that back up to Kerner Road. Provided in the packet I gave you at the beginning of my presentation, which Jeff gave out, is a chart providing density comparisons of subdivisions in the surrounding areas as well as some traffic count information. There are 4 developments along Kerner Road, Piney Grove Road, and Linville Springs Road that are either RS12 or RSQ. These developments are Browns Run, North Lake, Julian's Pond, and Oxford Ridge. Both Browns Run and North Lake were developed without stormwater controls or open space. All 4 developments are located in the town of Kernersville, within close proximity to the site. You'll also find a handout that's highlighting traffic concerns expressed by the opponents. We'd be happy to provide any clarification or answer any questions you have about anything in this packet. Also in the packet I provided, you will find a chart carrying development requirements for RS20, RS12, and RSQ zoning classifications for this site. You will note that RSQ zoning allows the town to put tighter development restrictions on the site. RSQ zoning ties the site development characteristics to the rezoning and imposes strict architectural control. The rezoning, if approved tonight, will bind any development of the Callahan property parcel to any of these conditions set forth and required by the town. On October 11th, Larry Callahan, Barry Siegel, and myself met with Tiffany Ramos and Mr. Pike, who lives along Dean Road, to discuss our proposed development before the planning board meeting that night. Ms. Ramos made it very clear that the intention of her meeting was to help us figure out how to get Kernersville to throw out their development regulation to allow us to develop an RS20 subdivision, which would be more cost effective. We met with them for over an hour and a half discussing our plan and explaining to them why we were proposing RSQC, which is conditional. We explained how development
Ms. Williams,
regulations.
let me stop you there.
Sure.
I don't, with the time limit, can you stop the clock a second? With the time limits, I don't think you have time to characterize what someone else was intending.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to, sorry.
Well, you just did.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did not
Speaking
mean
of Ms.
to.
Ramos, so please refrain from that.
Sure. Sorry about that. Did not mean to.
Okay.
So we explained to them what the how if the subdivision was built RS20 or RS12, what would be required, and that even RS12 and RS20 and RSQ still requires the same stringent town development. We have provided to Ms. Ramos any information she's requested, including pictures of royal homes and any other information about our development that she would like. Our original plan was presented to the planning board in October, containing 118 units with cul-de-sacs adjoining Ms. Sorrell's property, 1-story homes adjoining the neighbors. During the planning board meeting, we mentioned we would be more than willing to meet with neighbors to discuss their concerns and answer any questions they had. The planning board meeting was postponed until November to allow us to meet with anyone that would like to meet or talk with us. We put together a letter to send to the adjoining neighbors from the neighborhood list that was given to us by the Kernersville planning staff that invited the neighbors to attend a Zoom call with us to discuss concerns and answer any questions. That letter was shared on a Facebook group by one of the neighbors, and we had 13 individuals on that call, several that had joined and several that had not joined the property. Before the call, we met with Ms. Tracy Shiflett and the pastor of Pine Grove Church to discuss the impact of the development on the parsonage. Mr. Gibson of Fairweather Drive was present at the meeting as well. Changes to the site plan were made based on discussions at that meeting. Ms. Shiflett has provided to the town a letter about the development, and we hope we have addressed her concerns in the plan tonight. Also, before the Zoom call, we met with Ms. Sorrell to discuss the impact on her property. Ms. Sorrell requested that we provide water and sewer to be accessible to her tract, provide a stub street to her tract from the subdivision, provide privacy in the way of a fence or trees at her discretion, and to handle stormwater runoff from her property that runs across the Callahan property. All of those issues were addressed on the site plan before you tonight. We spoke on this phone several times with the Faircloths and watched their videos of the water runoff that comes across their property from adjoining neighborhoods and dumps into the Callahan property. We hope we've addressed their water runoff concerns that the Faircloths have brought up to us by allowing the water coming off the Faircloth property and onto the Callahan property to continue its natural flow. Mr. Faircloth has also asked us for a buffer of trees, which we hope we have addressed in the plan as well. During our call on October 25th, it was brought to our attention that the call was being recorded unknown. That call has now been given to the town of Kernersville and is now public record. We met later with Al Lewis, who requested during the call if we would meet with him to see the impact of our development on his property. It is very clear that he is by far the most affected neighbor. His property does not contain any trees, and the trees that look out his back window are on Larry Callahan's property. We told Mr. Lewis during the meeting we recognize his concerns, but unfortunately, the trees are on the Callahan property. We proposed along the Cloud Peak Court and as well as other properties the addition of trees or evergreens at the owner's discretion, as you will see on the site plan tonight. We said to Mr. Lewis that we would be willing to look at an alternative, provided that Mr. Lewis wasn't going to speak against us. I haven't heard anything back from Mr. Lewis. As you can see from the site plan before you tonight, there was changes that were highlighted on the red plan to address several of the concerns that were brought up in the October board meeting. We've heard from several individuals that don't live in the adjoining neighborhoods and down Kerner Road. We proposed the 40-foot buffer between Kerner Road and the houses to try to help alleviate those concerns. We've also increased the lot sizes, as I mentioned, to over 12,000 square feet to the ones that back to Kerner Road. Our original plan had 22 lots on the back portion of the property adjoining Fairweather Drive as one-story home with its own HOA to maintain the exteriors and lawns in addition to the master HOA for the development. The intention of that was to be good neighbors and build one-story houses against the existing neighborhood, which had a lot of one-story houses. However, we heard from many neighbors in Hidden Hills they would rather have the two-story houses instead of the one-story houses, and therefore that change made on the site plan in the red bubbled area. We've not heard from any neighbors since our meeting with Al Lewis on November 2nd, but we've made ourselves available and will continue to make ourselves available to neighbors to discuss any concerns they have. There are many that will never be happy, unfortunately, no matter what, and we recognize that. We hope that the changes we've made will satisfy some of the concerns. This evening, I'm sure there will be a petition that's going to be presented to you by the neighbors. I will let them go over that, but I think there are several bullet points on that petition that should be questionable of fact. Kernersville needs to continue to have high-quality development to attract major employers and retain residents and keep young people here. What we're proposing to you tonight fills that need in the northern portion of Kernersville. There's been lots of development in the south, but not a lot of development in the north. Furthermore, the Macy Grove Road extension will come up to the gas station on Piney Grove Road, go down Linville Springs to Kerner Road, which is just south of this site. The Macy Grove Road extension has already opened up several new large tracts of land that will attract major employers to the area. It also helps alleviate cut-through traffic in Kernersville, as we've seen in Winston and quite frankly in the already extension of the road. In a sense, it's almost a belt line around Kernersville, and this site is just north of that extension. As Mr. Hatling pointed out, the school board recognizes the growth and plans accordingly. We do know that there's an addition of a new middle school and a new high school that were just built in Walkertown, just north of the site. In summary, we're proposing to rezone the Callahan property to RSQ conditional from RS20. Development regulations and costs associated with complying with these regulations have increased drastically since many of the existing subdivisions in the area were built. Furthermore, Forsyth County Utilities has provided sewer to this site when they built the new Roswell lift station, which was designed to replace the 3 failing lift stations in the adjoining neighborhood. The Roswell lift station was also designed to allow for an additional 200 houses to tie into the lift station. With sewer available to the site, we must tie into the sewer and water provided by Forsyth County Utilities. The subdivisions that were built in the area previously were on septic systems with county water and therefore needed larger lots to handle the on-site septic systems. Changes in stormwater regulations and controls, as well as protection of natural areas such as creeks and wetlands, have eaten up more land, therefore limiting the amount of land that a landowner can freely use today. There are 4 surrounding subdivisions, as I mentioned, that are RS12 and RSQ conditional and RSQS. Therefore, it is not unheard of to have RSQ conditional zoning in this area. Furthermore, RSQ conditional zoning allows the town to specify a site plan and architectural and building controls not found in the other zoning classifications. Any deviations from the site plan, architectural controls, or other conditions that are set forth in this rezoning require full-blown approval of the site, which would come to the planning board and the Board of Aldermen for approval. We spent a lot of time talking with the neighbors and hearing their concerns. We've modified our site plan to attempt to address many concerns. However, as I mentioned, there will always be those that would like nothing to happen. Many of our vocal opponents do not exactly join this development. So respectfully, you as aldermen must now decide based on the facts of these case and the requirements imposed by the town and the state if the plan in front of you is a good plan and will provide much needed housing, maintain the quality, construction, and design standards set forth by the town, and continue to make Kernersville a desirable place for expansion and provide additional housing. We believe that this development will provide much needed housing to the northern part of Kernersville and will help attract large employers to the area, as well as provide an increased tax base for Kernersville. We recognize and appreciate the position you are in, and we know that you will make the best decision for the town of Kernersville. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer any questions or clarifications you would like.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If you have any questions of the speakers, just make a note of them and we'll ask at the end of it. Because right now we're on the public hearing clock, which is perfectly fine to do. You're welcome. Mr. Gorham, could you reset the clock? All right. That was hearing from the proponents. Are there any others here tonight to speak in favor of this development who did not sign up? So is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Seeing none, we'll move on to the opponents. Again, I have 5 individuals with TJ and Tiffany as a team. 5 speaker cards filled out. Is there anyone else who'd like to fill out a speaker card to be recognized to speak during this public hearing? If you could get a card from the back. Okay, Mr. Cash, thank you for filling out the card. All right, I have 6 speakers signed up. We do have a 20-minute time limit. That's roughly 3 minutes and 35 seconds per speaker. So I'd like to recognize that this, yes? Yes, I'll call a brief recess for you to do that. All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. All right, TJ and Tiffany, did you want to speak at the end now? And about how much time do you need? What's your minimum? Okay, that's a lot with the number of speakers. Okay, Ms. Shiflett, how long do you need? 2 minutes. Mr. Lewis, how long do you need? Mr. Davis, Jared Davis? Is this Carolyn Garrison? Cullion. How long do you need? And then Mr. Cash, Hadley Cash, how long do you need? So that, if that is true, then that leaves you 7 minutes. Okay. We'll start with Ms. Shiflett. And I've got you down for 2 minutes, so
Is this on? Good evening, Madam Mayor, Board. I'm going to start off with a question that maybe Mr.
Tracy,
Hatling.
just to start
I'm
with
sorry,
your
Tracy
name.
Shiflett. I should know this. My name is Tracy Shiflett, 241 Humphreys Ridge Drive, Stokesdale, North Carolina, 27357. I'm here to speak tonight on behalf of Pine Grove Methodist. We own the property at 1117 Fairweather Drive, which is in the eastern corner of the property. I've got a question that maybe Mr. Hatling can answer at the end with regard to the zoning is RSQC, and it's listed as residential single-family quadruplex. I'm just curious as to why the quadruplex language is in there and the zoning follows the property. So if something should happen with this developer and it falls through, what would be permitted to be built with the special conditions? Would a quadruplex be allowed to go there? Very briefly, Pine Grove Methodist Church owns that corner property. We have some concerns about the traffic, the proposed 20% ingress and egress through that area, but that's not an absolute, it's proposed. So if this is rezoned, we would like as a part of the public record, and we've been speaking with the developer, to have that corner property squared up and that property deeded to Pine Grove Methodist to sort of square up that corner, to also slide that storm sewer drain further to the radius of the curve of the intersection of Fairweather, because there's an existing playground that we would like to have remain, not have to move. Install the vegetative berm along the back and the side of Pine Grove that will be a adjoining proposed Street B. To delay the clear cutting back behind that property until it's absolutely necessary. In other words, don't clear cut it all at one time if they're going to do it, if they're going to build in phases. And I realize the infrastructure has to go in there, so that will be part of that. And also with regard to the traffic, that's our biggest concern, with that being a major point of ingress and egress right there on the corner. As Ms. Williams pointed out, those roads are 40 years old, the ones that it's going to be connecting up to. So they're not antiques, but they're vintage. And we were wondering if there would be the possibility at all of putting a stop gate, some kind of stop gate on that road that the fire and the police would still have access to with a key code. They do that in other areas. Just a proposal, wanted it to be considered possibly, so that the main ingress and egress could be Turner or potentially another. They had briefly talked about another one. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shiflett. right, Mr. Lewis?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Apologize, I have some notes both on my phone and on this piece of paper.
And
My
I
name
had
is
you
Alan.
down, I'm sorry, I had you down for 3 minutes.
Okay. I will do my best to get under that time. My name is Alfred Lewis. I live at 1112 Cloud Peak Court. That's along that property line 7. I submitted a proposal, or rather, I submitted an email to the alderman and the planning board regarding my concerns, so I will not rehash those. I already have them. However, I do have some other concerns. One of them being that the DOT estimates of the traffic of the roads say that they have the capacity. The DOT bases those off of their standardized traffic studies. They do not actually come down and look at the roads in question. And while a road of the caliber that Piney Grove Road, say, may be able to, in theory, support 12,000 trips per day, anyone who has been caught behind the line of traffic waiting for Piney Grove Elementary or Kernersville Middle School knows that's not the case in practice. And the purported 1,000 trips per day will only add to that. The developer has stated that the increased development costs due to the terrain features and the upgraded infrastructure requirements and such are what caused the density to be necessary in this case to maintain profitability. However, I take issue with this, and I hope that the board agrees with me that this infers that the developer's economic hardships are paramount to the effects on the surrounding neighborhoods. Obviously, we disagree. The density, as was recorded in the report of 2.4 acres or 2.4 homes per acre, is misleading. I do, however, think that it is very relevant to calculate based on what the actual developed area is going to be, which is only 23 acres for 114 homes, which yields a density of approximately 5 homes per acre. This is very noticeable since my property abuts 6 homes, and my back property line is less than a football field long. They argue that the density keeps the homes affordable. However, the reported price range of over $3,000, which is supposedly here to attract young families to the Kernersville area, hardly what young home buyers consider affordable these days. I used to be an electrician before my current occupation. I'm familiar with housing markets. I'm familiar with developing trends, and I just bought my house a few years ago, the house that I currently live in, at an age of 37, because it took me that long to be able to afford it. And the price that I paid for that house was half of what the new houses in this development are proposed to be. The idea that large lots and homes are on the decline for demand is misleading as well, because large lots and homes are hard to find because they're in such high demand. And the reason that folks buy smaller homes than that is because that's all that developers build, because that's all that's economically feasible for them, because they have to buy those lots at higher prices due to that demand. I did, in fact, meet with the developer. They were very, very kind to come and meet with me, and they discussed my back property line, which is the one that they discussed. They did offer a proposal. It was contingent upon engineer approval. I never heard anything back about that. But ultimately, I decided that the overall impact to the neighborhood that I live in and the surrounding neighborhood was too great to ignore for my own personal benefit. So I chose to speak out instead of taking their offer for that proposal in exchange for not speaking. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Okay. Now, refrain from clapping, cheering, booing. I understand emotions run high, but it detracts from the decision-making process. So if you could use that courtesy, I would appreciate it. Okay, we have Mr. Davis, and you had said you needed 3 minutes. If you could start with introducing yourself and your address.
Thank you. My name is Jared Davis. I live at 160 Longbridge Drive. That's in Abington subdivision, just north of the proposed area. My first question is, have any of you that are making this decision tonight driven the road? And when was the last time? I hope it was read. It's my only ask. The road is a 2-lane. And with my subdivision, I don't interact directly with them. I don't get anything out of it. I'm here to represent family, my neighborhood. The amount of traffic that we have on this road on a daily basis with school buses, anytime a deer gets hit, anytime there's construction. So now we're going to deal with construction for years as these homes are being built. There was the recent substation, the new pump that was put in. We dealt with the construction and having to drive about 5 miles around just to get home. So for the constant construction that's going to be added here, there's not an equivalent yet level of infrastructure from a road perspective. When that Macy Grove Road comes through, sure, we can add some houses there. Right now, the roads can't handle that. We're stopped on a constant basis with a 1 lane, people there with flags letting others through. So with this, we don't need to go all the way to an RSCQ or RSQC. Instead of RS20, if they built it that, if they went to RS12, there's still the same requisites for, from stipulations, make sure that they abide with what they say they're going to do. So my concern is mostly around the traffic. And then she had mentioned before in her speech about, hey, we have to build right now. And our financial system is in jeopardy here. And it's not. The whole supply chain of the building supplies across the world right now are insane. Now's not the time to go out and buy and drop 114 houses where they don't belong. The homes between Kernersville and where this is already RS20. It was never envisioned to be, as we grow, certainly, but we're asking to keep the RS20 here, and then beyond that, go to RSQ and have some other new area of high density homes. And that's not what that area is. There's a bunch of large homes there, and it's a beautiful area. And, for the growth that we're seeing in Union Grove and other areas, that's great, but, it's not supported out there. And then lastly, it was brought up about Branchwood, which is over by the post office, right by, my understanding, and from Google Maps just a minute, over by 45 point. And I would absolutely argue the fact that there's, no impact to traffic there. Anytime I try and turn to 4th of July Park over towards post office, there's always lots of traffic there, and it's hard to get through. So that's not what this area is. This is a lot of large homes, a lot of farmland, a lot of driving. And, the road can't handle right now. If once Macy Grove comes through, great. But right now, I just don't think it can handle it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we've got Clean Grayson, and you had said 2.5 minutes would work, or maybe less. Sorry, Clean Garrison. I'm reading off 2 different sets of notes too. Thank you.
How's it going?
Good.
My name's Colleen Garrison. I live on 1702 Turner Road, right up the street from the president of Kernersville. 20 moved here after 4 years stint in the Marine Corps. My concern with this new development, CBS News just released an article about the 2019 FBI statistics of most murderous cities in America. They listed 65 of the most murderous cities in America. North Carolina had 6. We had the most out of any state. 3 of those cities are Winston-Salem, which is number 56. Greensboro was ranked number 44, and High Point was ranked number 34. All 3 of those cities, I don't need to remind you, all surround us. Across the street from my house over the past year, I've had to call the Forsyth County Sheriff's Department on heroin addicts doing heroin across the street, in their cars across the street from my house. This is a major concern. My opinion is we do not have the infrastructure to support this new neighborhood being built here. We barely have the infrastructure to support what we got going on now. I call the police, they show up, the heroin addicts disappear, they show back up. To me, this is a symptomatic problem with this area, where it's not just the police, it's not just the fire, it's not just the first responders, it's the school systems, it's the things that we have available for young people to do around here. It's everything. And it all stems from overpopulation. And I feel this is just another opportunity for too many people being shoved in too small of a place. And that's just my opinion. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we have Mr. Cash. And I have you down for 2.5 minutes.
My name is Hadley Cash. I live at 1039 Fairweather Drive. I'm on the opposite end of where traffic would be coming from the development if they came in through Hidden Hill subdivision. My opposition is as the plan has been proposed. In the original board meeting, the builder said that he was open to the idea of sectioning off the lower portion of this development of 22 homes that they said were going to be priced, and they anticipated older people primarily would be buying those units. The problem is the number of 20% traffic would be coming through Hidden Hills. Those lower homes alone make 20% of the entire total of 114 homes. So that would be saying that those lower homes, which are very close to Fairweather and the closest to come in, would be pretty much the main houses that would be using it. And that would sort of be precluding anybody with kids that would be going to Piney Grove Elementary or Piney Grove Middle School that would want to take the shortest route through Hidden Hills in order to get to either of those schools. I think the estimate of 20% of the total is way low. I think the lower portion needs to be to have a gate, which, as was said earlier, could be access could be given to EMT or medical services or the police to be able to control that gate, but that the lower portion be the only units that would be allowed to come in through the Hidden Hills subdivision. Ours is 2-lane. It's 1 lane each way. There's no curb and guttering anywhere. People walk their dogs and are out walking through the neighborhood almost any time of the day or evening. I think it's a serious concern to allow the number of cars that potentially could be coming from that development if all of those cars have the potential to be able to come through Piney Grove Middle School. And I think if the conditional use allows the restriction, if this is passed, that lower portion of homes be the only ones that are given access to come through the Hidden Hills subdivision. Please consider all the people who currently are living in the neighborhood. And I can tell you, it's a safety issue to have the amount of cars added in there. People already are pretty good about trying to drive the speed limits, which are slow, but please restrict off access to Hidden Hills to those lower 22 homes. The builder has already said they were open originally to that idea, and I hope he would make that part of the conditional use. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, TJ and Tiffany.
Red? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is TJ Salzman. I live at 174 Rockford Road. It's one of the connection roads.
And my name is Tiffany Ramos, and I'm at 6015 Charing in Abington.
There's several key facts about the zoning proposal I will address here. The zoning proposal has specified rezoning to RSQ or quadruplex zoning with no quadruplexes in the plan. The rezoning proposal has stated that the applicant will petition to annex the area into the town of Kernersville jurisdiction despite no direct border to the town of Kernersville limits. And 3, the rezoning proposal does not conform to the surrounding areas. In a Zoom meeting with concerned residents on October 25th, 2021, developer Barry Siegel instructed us to, quote, reach out to the School of Government in Chapel Hill to get clarification on issues. By taking his advice, it is determined this proposal represents contract zoning. According to David Owens, professor of public law and government with the School of Government, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, contract zoning is illegal in North Carolina. It is also illegal to place property in a conventional zoning district based upon a representation the land will be devoted to a particular project. In the classic contract zoning situation, the local government and the landowner enter into an agreement that if the government rezones the property to a specified new zoning district, the owner will carry out a particular use and accepted specified limits or conditions on that use. While the North Carolina case has yet to involve the situation directly, in Crisman v. Guilford County, the court held contract zoning impermissible. Professor Owens gave this eerily similar example. In Allred v. City of Raleigh, a 9.26 acre tract was rezoned from R4 to R10. 2 previous applications for similar rezoning of the site had been denied. Consideration of the rezoning petition that was approved included extensive discussion of the particular project proposed. The Planning Commission report on the project noted that the particular proposal was for very attractive buildings of outstanding architectural quality. However, it recommended denial because of the proposal's inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and because of opposition from the neighborhood. After a detailed discussion of the project in which a prominent member of the General Assembly represented the developer, the City Council voted to rezone the parcel in order to, quote, afford the community the opportunity of this splendid development. However, the North Carolina Supreme Court concluded that the rezoning was based on the specific plans of the applicant, had not considered all possible uses to which the property could be devoted under the new zoning, and was thus invalid. In the case of Hartnett versus Austin, the court stated neighboring owners of residential property, quote, relied on the existing zoning conditions when they bought their homes and had a right to continuation of those conditions. In the view of Marietta v. Trayvon Corp, it is fatal that, quote, a governing board's assumption that restrictive conditions in the form of limitations on types of use will be observed based on the applicant landowner's representations and nothing more. For naive reliance on this sort suggests that independent judgment and care has been or may be compromised. Cited from page 988 of the NC Law Review, volume 65. Federal courts have ruled that, the town of Kernersville stands to gain tax revenue from over $50 million in perceived home sales as the applicants say they plan to annex into the town jurisdiction. Federal courts have ruled that this is illegal. According to page 971 of the NC Law Review, volume 65, in the case of United States Trust Code versus New Jersey, quote, the court observed that it could not give special deference to governmental action when a public contract which implicated the government's self-interest was involved. The point is elaborated on page 974 and 975 when it said that, perhaps most significantly, the reasonable and necessary facet of the court's analysis forces a government which has entered into a contract to demonstrate that a proposed modification represents an independent exercise of the police power dictated by changed circumstances and unforeseen events. Furthermore, the court's analysis requires that public necessity dictated the government's decision. As there are over 2,000 homes currently approved by the TOK that haven't yet been constructed, there is no proven necessary to spot zone an area for high-density housing. In both Blades v. City of Raleigh and Allred v. City of Raleigh, it was ruled that rezoning decision was invalid when based on, quote, special arrangements with a landowner rather than exercise of legislative power. The written promise to apply for spot annexation at town limits for approval denotes a special arrangement with a landowner. This point is underscored on page 982 of the NC Law Review, volume 65, where, quote, courts focus on the effects of contingent zoning on private property expectations. They afforded particular attention to the effects of rezoning on the expectations of residents who prefer the status quo to new development, even when the zoning was carefully conditioned to buffer adverse effects on nearby property values. The courts in these cases likewise discussed the public interest they perceived as at stake. They often concluded that the public good would be affected adversely by deals that stem from private abuse of the police power or that compromise sound legislative governments, though irresistible temptation to grant or demand unwarranted concessions to procure special community benefits. Also at stake is the concept of abuse of police power. Of those who live in the area of the proposal, less than 1% of public responses spoke in favor of the proposal. That's 1 out of 118 nearby responses. Despite the major public opposition, it was passed by non-elected officials who do not reside in the affected jurisdiction, and then the vote forwarded to town aldermen where those in the affected jurisdiction have no voting power.
No, that's okay. I'll talk fast. Unique, high-quality community within the triad. That's what the development plan says. Because Kernersville quality environment, this is what attracted us here. This is why we came to Kernersville, is because of these great things. We're not fighting that we should not develop here. It's the rezone that we're talking about. It doesn't conform to these things. I'm really going to go quick on these. There's the low density. That's where they want to put high density. You can't see the plot lines there because the house, it's too small. The last time the rezoning that was similar to this was in 98. There's a great berm with RSQ homes. There's the Mr. Siegel's development. There's his berms. Traffic, we already spoke about this. We've got problems. 150 teachers are, they're lacking right now in Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools. I'd like to talk about, there's when, if they have to explode. Mr. Siegel didn't know if they're gonna have to explode. That's what it looks like afterwards. The alderman quotes, you guys said all of these things, and I'm running out of time, but you all said that the reason for this Kernersville is because of,
You can finish your sentence.
is because of this land and because of the town and because it means something to you. And it means something to all of these people. Sorry, I'm getting a little frustrated because I can't talk about it. But I want you to also Google Mr. Siegel, Google his properties and the lawsuits that are behind him. This is all fact on News and Record, that he told us that he would not speak to 114 people because he didn't have time. He didn't want to stay there for 3 days to do this. I have all of this in the presentation. You guys can have it. But this is not the location for this. I don't believe that he's the developer, because if he leaves this development, just like he did in another one, where they call
Ms.
it,
Ramos, you're out of time. Thank you.
we know what you're going to vote for, and we know what we're doing, and this is hard, but we'll remember what you vote. I guarantee that.
Thank you. All right, so we are to the rebuttal. Ms. Williams, do you have a rebuttal for any of the points made by the neighbors? Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I will close the public hearing. All right, Mr. Hatling, Ms. Shiflett raised some questions. Mr. Lewis referenced a letter that we have received in the case. Mr. Cash asked about the gate, as Ms. Shiflett also did. If you could address some of those questions and concerns, like the issue about the gate, the issue about having just the lower portion of the housing development connecting to Fairweather and not having that area across the creeks. But the map shows it with the 2 points of access from Kerner Road and from Fairweather, why that was made, and it wasn't. You have the one street coming in off of Roswell, so I guess the question is, why wasn't that the case for Fairweather and the 22 homes? And then Ms. Shiflett's questions, which I think you have, and Mr. Lewis's reference to this letter, was any of that in the letter? Basically, these questions and the conditions, like Ms. Shiflett referenced, that the corner property was squared up, that the storm drain was moved, the vegetative berm, the clear cutting, are those included in this, the conditions associated with the site plan?
Regarding the quadruplex, the
RSQ zoning, what happens if there's a desire to revise the site plan or do a different development there?
Yeah, so the conditional use, the advantage use, and conditional use with the RSQ is the condition states specifically single family residential, and as shown on the site plan, it's detached. And so nothing more than single family detached would be allowed. Any other proposal would have to go through the whole rezoning process. So if the Board of Aldermen passes the ordinance and the site plan and conditions, that becomes the law or ordinance regulation for that parcel. So that's concrete. I believe on the squaring up the property, it's specifically states on the site plan that would be part of the ordinance that would take place. I would have to have the developer talk about the stormwater drainage and moving. I don't have that detail. Regarding connectivity, or commonly known as trying to prevent one neighborhood to connect to another neighborhood, the subdivision regulations that we review, the staff reviews, is very, very specific. Connectivity of a subdivision is probably the number one priority. We're looking at building out a community like Kernersville. The connectivity offers, as I mentioned before in my presentation, connecting neighbors to neighbors. It also, but more importantly, in the big picture of health and safety, it allows for alternative emergency vehicles, the public street. You can't put a lock gate in the middle of a town of Kernersville street. Now, we do have situations where we have emergency services and apartment complexes and so forth. There's a lot of rezoning cases where we have gates where that's the option for emergency service for second ingress and egress. But there's cannot have, we do not have a standard for a gate in the middle of a public street. And also the subdivision regulations that we follow during this rezoning case, very specific. The Board of Aldermen do not want connectivity. There's an elaborate process you must go through to justify that it's more beneficial not to connect the street than to provide emergency service access and connectivity. So staff looked at that with the developer and our development review committee, making up the fire department, police department, emergency services. And it was clear that this project should, like any other subdivision, should have that connectivity. So that's what the response to the 4 comments you had pointed out.
Okay, was there anything in Mr. Lewis's letter that needed to be in the conditions?
I'm not familiar with his letter. There was a lot of correspondence, so I would not be familiar with his letter.
Okay. All right, Alderman I'm sorry, Ms. Shiflett, if you could come forward for just a second. Are there any of the concerns you raised that in the agreement or in the discussions you had with the developer that are not currently in the conditions that you noticed?
There was so much documentation, I couldn't tell with the revised. I'm hearing from Mr. Hatling that they are agreeing to round off that, because as it is right now, the proposal, the boundary goes right through our front yard, chops it in half. So they've agreed, the landowner has agreed to square up that portion of the property, and I did hear him mention that. And what we were referring to is, and the developer might can speak to this, but we have an existing playground, and it was explained to me that the right-of-way for the proposed Street B, the way it lines up with some kind of sewer drain that goes through there, that it would need to be shifted just a bit so that the corner of the playground lot would not encroach upon that right-of-way. I talked to them. I don't know if that was acceptable or if that was agreed upon, but that was a request for the church so that we wouldn't have to remove that playground area. And then the other things were just things that would be, we talked to them about the berm, putting some trees, some vegetative versus a fence around our across the back of our property and the side of the property, since we are going to be that corner lot, and they were agreeable to that. The others were just kind of wishes, like with the gate.
And the trees.
Not clear cutting the trees if they're
Right.
developing the front part of the property and not doing that back part right away. So that's just a wish. But other than that, I think they've addressed most everything else. And the only other thing I wanted to ask was why the quadruplex language is in that, even though it is single family detached. With that rezoning, why is the word quadruplex still in there? That's just a curiosity.
That's one of the zoning classifications. So
Mhm.
Mr. Hatling in answer was addressing that that's the zoning classification
So that just, that verbiage just stays in there even though quadruplexes aren't built.
with the limitation that, that
So if another-
condition one, that it be only single family detached.
Okay, that was all.
So, RSQ, can be, a neighborhood that has both types of housing in it, single
Mhm.
family and the duplexes or triplexes.
But with this rezoning with the particular conditions, then if this fell through, then another developer would have to maintain those same conditions of single family attached. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, because under uses one, under the conditions, residential building, single family. Jeff, does it need to specifically say detached?
No, there's different classifications. There's residential single family, residential duplex, residential twin home, residential townhome, residential multifamily. So residential single family would be detached. But I just wanted to emphasize detached because that was an ongoing question on the zoning district.
Because they have condition one, residential building, single family.
Okay.
That's the only style they can build.
Okay. Yep,
Thank you.
that answers it. Thank you.
And Mayor Morgan, as pointed out by former Alderman Tracy Shiflett, on the second page of the site plan, that there's specifics on that curvature, straightening out the property line, addressing the stormwater and evergreen planting. So that's, once again, the site plan is a condition of the rezoning. So those three things are all on the site plan that staff will enforce: evergreen plantings, the stormwater drain, and also squaring off the property.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mr. Penix, did you have any questions? Sure. Ms. Shiflett, sorry, if you could come back up.
Yes, sir.
Tracy, straighten me out on this. The church has got a playground.
Correct.
Is that playground owned by the church? Is it on church property?
No, currently it's on Larry Callahan's property, but I was not aware of that until all of this started, because our parsonage is there, and I'm not on the parsonage committee, I'm on the trustees committee. So when all this came about, I got drug into it, and that's when I found out that the way this property line, and it was explained to me, was many, many years ago, somebody knew that it was not our property, but that the property owner was okay with it. And I think that the pastors we rotate pastors, and our prior pastor built this playground on what he thought was our property. And it's fully in Larry Callahan's property at this point. It's in that rounded off portion that they're agreeing to quit claim deed.
So they're agreeing to let the church keep that?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I guess
It's my understanding that they are.
They'll deed that portion of
yes
the property to your church. They'll own your playground.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was confused.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Penix?
Not right at this moment.
Okay.
You might want to check back with me.
I will.
I'm thinking right now.
I will.
So much information.
Mr. Gorham, do you have any questions at this time? Thank you. Mr. Apple, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, this is the time. Just speak into your mic. There's a zone for your microphone so that everyone can hear you. Maybe pull it a little closer. There you go.
I'm learning, folks, so please bear with me. The street width that is going to be in the proposed subdivision here, from curb to curb, how does that compare with the street width in your subdivision over at the end of Sandy Ridge Road and Johnson Street?
And Ms. Williams, you can come to the podium to answer.
It's very unfair for me to ask you that without advance warning, but I'm
That's
just,
okay. It is comparable to the width that's existing in the
I'm
existing.
sorry, it is what?
It is comparable to the same width in the subdivision at, Sandy Ridge and Johnson Street.
Do you know what that width is like from curb to curb? Do you
I believe
know?
it's about 28 feet.
I'm sorry.
28 feet.
Okay, so both of those in the new subdivision will also be approximately that same width.
It'll be very comparable, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have other questions at this time? Okay, Mr. Barrow?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. You just stay right there, Ms. Williams. I'd been trying to figure out exactly how much room there was between the houses. And I went out to the place y'all have at Sandy Ridge, and we rode around out there and looked at it. And I wondered if it's going to look the same here.
Yes. Yes, it will look the same. And to answer your question specifically, the lots that are circled in the red bubbled area, which are the ones that back into Kerner Road, the average is 20 feet apart from each one of those houses. And then the rest of the subdivision is a 15-foot average between the spacing of the houses. But that is absolutely comparable to what you saw out at Sandy Ridge and Johnson Street, in which there are the larger lots, which are on the red bubble area, and the smaller lots as well.
When I was out there, I saw a sign that said leasing agent.
That could have potentially been in the development that we did next door, which was rental. There are two developments when you go down Sandy Ridge and Johnson Street. We bought 80 acres in total down there. The part that is directly across from River Landing Retirement Community, which is the Links Drive and John Knox Drive into River Landing, yes, that is our rental home component. It's called the Landing at Westmont. The sign clearly says rental homes. There is a house, yes, that says leasing office. That is our temporary leasing office where our clubhouse is being built. That is completely separate from the Westmoreland Place development. So when you go down to the stoplight at Sandy Ridge and Johnson, and now is Bloomfield Trail, Westmoreland Place, you would have to go down Bloomfield Trail and then take a right, and you'll see the entrance to Westmoreland Place. And that is the development is comparable to what we are proposing here.
The sign that I saw, you went to the light and turned into Westmoreland Place, and then to the right down there were their bigger houses, and to the left were the smaller houses closer together. Is that correct?
You talk about when you turn into Westmoreland Place?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. When you come in and you come to right in front of you, there's houses. To the left is the Noble Series, yes, which are the smaller lots, and to the right is the Monarch Series. That is correct.
There was a little building there like y'all was going to put a gate or something. What was
You
that?
talking about where the mailboxes are located?
No, it looked like a.
Across the street, that is for the multifamily. That is a little guardhouse. It's not going to actually have a gate. It's just the look. But that's part of the multifamily development, not the single family development.
Right. Do y'all have plans to lease any of these houses here in this development?
No,
They'll
we do
all
not.
be
We
for
plan to
sale.
sell each house to individuals that come and approach and follow North Carolina real estate law. So whoever comes, that's who get first dibs.
Right. Approximately how big will the front yards be?
Are you talking about the depth of them?
Mm-hmm. Of the not the largest houses, not the ones on Kerner Road, but all the rest of
You're talking
them.
the width or the depth of the lots?
Depth.
What would you, about 20? I think that's better, honestly, if you don't mind. That'd be a Bob question because I don't build the houses.
That's fine.
Would you mind if Bob can come?
Sure, if you
No,
can
that'd
state
be
your
fine.
first and last
Okay.
name and your address. It can be your business address.
Bob Woodard. I live at 924 Beesonsville Drive in Kernersville. So to answer your question, the setbacks are 25 feet from the property line, which is actually a little bit further back than the curb. So roughly the depths of the front yards are going to be about 30 feet deep. So it gives you enough room to park two cars on the driveway without hanging over.
Two cars side by side or end to end?
Two side by side and end to end.
Okay. The houses I saw out off of Sandy Ridge, they weren't that deep. Is that correct?
That's a little bit closer over there, yes, sir.
Okay. What about the backyards? They didn't look like they had much backyard.
It varies. The site plan for the Kerner Road neighborhood, the lot depths are 125 feet approximately.
Right.
Now, the home depths vary. So we'll go from, they're all 40 feet wide, basically in the Noble series, but they'll vary from being 45 feet deep to some are 60 feet deep. So depending on the home plan selected, you'll get varying depths in the backyards. And then you have to deal with upslopes, downslopes, that kind of thing. But that gives you a basic idea of what the lot sizes will be.
What have y'all done about that pond back there?
Which one?
The pond that, not the one you have to build, but the other one that's already there, the existing one?
At Westmoreland Place?
No, what we're talking about.
Oh, that pond's going to stay as a pond. We'll clean up around the edges of it. We'll make it a feature of the neighborhood.
Okay.
So it'll be common space available to the homeowners to enjoy.
What type of homes are you gonna build off of, the Cliffwood Inn down there where there's 4 houses? That'd be the big ones or the small ones?
The big ones will fit there. And my game plan for those, from a marketing standpoint, we're going to build the Monarch series. I don't know if I'm going to do them on a crawl space yet or not until we get the topo worked out through the development, but we may very well go with a crawl space home there. And it'll be set up a little bit different since it's kind of segregated from the rest of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You can stay there, Mr. Woodward, if you don't mind. Thanks. I have a question I want to answer. I get a couple answers to, I guess, the opposition. The berm size, I saw the picture they put up of a berm size of another development. I know you've got 30-foot wide or 35 deep, depending on how you're looking at it. How tall do you anticipate your berms being?
That's a good question because that falls more to Amanda on the development side. I'm the sticks and bricks guy.
Okay.
And she moves the dirt around.
Okay.
We can recognize Amanda to answer that question. Ms. Williams?
Can I ask another quick question?
Sure.
While he's up
Okay.
there.
All right.
If this is approved, what's your time frame on starting grading to finishing the development out? Like, when would you start based on if it was approved today? I'm just saying if it was approved.
That kind of goes from the development side. Now, as far as building the homes out, I will say supply chain's been a problem for us finishing homes in a timely fashion, but project like that, we would be 2.5, 3 years from the time we start the first home till we probably finish all the homes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
He's up there and he won't have to keep walking back and forth.
No problem.
Just give me a concise, short synopsis of your building experience. How many homes you built? How long you been a contractor doing that?
Yes, sir.
And where?
I'd be glad to. I've been in the home building industry for 26 years. I've been a general contractor for, I think 19 of those. I started as a warranty technician for a big national builder in Charlotte, worked my way up, came to the Triad with another big builder, McCarr Homes. And unfortunately in 2009, they kind of got caught up in the whole mess. So from that, McCarr Homes was purchasing lots from BSC and Barry and Amanda. So that's how I knew them. They had all these lots left over. I was unemployed. They said, hey, we're going to start a building company. What do you think? I said, that's kind of nutty, but I'm not doing anything else. So we started Royal Homes. That was in 2010. Since 2010, we have closed right at 630 homes in the Triad. We've been one of the top 10 builders for the last few years as far as number of homes closed rankings. I'm real proud of what we've accomplished with the company. The quality of the product, I think, is outstanding compared to other tract home builders. We try to fit in the middle between tract home builder and custom home builder and kind of fill that niche. And that's what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Ms. Williams?
All right, so if I can address Mr. Thompson's 2 questions. And the first question was the berm height along Kerner Road, correct?
Yes.
So the berm height would be 6 feet.
Okay.
And so hence why you need the wider area. So we're proposing 40-foot width for the berm area. The picture that was shown on Deerfield, that is not a 6-foot high berm. So that is not representative of what we were planning to build along Kerner Road.
Okay, and I understand that you're giving possible options, whether it's plantings of trees or a possible fence. How tall would the fence be if someone chose?
I think we said 6-foot vinyl fence. Yeah, and as you just mentioned, it would be an option at the property owner's discretion. But it would be best, quite frankly, to have it consistent down the entire property line, such where Blanco Peak and Cloud Peak are, that it would be a consistent, just from the fact that I would think the neighbors would like a consistent look.
Sure. Do you know how far your entrance is? I have an idea, but I'm just trying to see if you have an idea of how far your entrance is to where Macy Grove is going to tie into Dobson.
My guess is about maybe less than 3/4 of a mile. Okay. It's not that far.
I measured it on Geodata. It looks like a half mile to 3/4 of a mile. I just want to make sure I was close. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I do have a question for legal counsel. There was some questions brought up about contract zoning. That's all outside of my realm. I just want to get legal counsel's opinion on what he heard from opposing counsel in consideration of contract zoning and some of the things that were mentioned.
We would respectfully disagree. I believe the Community Development Department would not bring something before you that had legal deficiencies, and we don't feel there are any legal deficiencies with regard to this zoning request.
Let me ask a question. What weight should the board place on the reputation of the builder or the developer when making this decision? Or should they be concentrated on the zoning and the conditions?
Well, this is a legislative decision, and the board can use their own judgment in making whatever decision they feel is best for the community.
So if this developer and builder didn't continue with the project, would there be a rezoning? Is that tied to this zoning, or would it be the site plan and conditions and the rezoning that would apply to any future? Of course, we would want the developer and the builder who plan the development to finish it. But if that should change, would the property come in for rezoning, or would the zoning it's given and the conditions be what the board is considering?
It's not going to change unless there's some change in the world. You know, this is a situation the way it's going to be.
Yeah, it's the way the conditions are written, and like Mr. Hatling stated earlier, if this particular developer doesn't do this project, the next one up is obligated to do it with these conditions, with the single family residential type homes and so forth. If they want to do something different than that, or something different than that varies from any of these conditions, then it goes back through the entire rezoning process.
Let's come back for you again.
Yeah, beginning with the planning board and coming back to the Board of Aldermen.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Morgan, just to follow up on Mr. Powell regarding conditional use, as he stated, the Community Development Office would not bring forward a project that would be considered contract zoning. For the public record, Community Development staff at no time ever met with the developer to say, if you do this, we'll do that. The staff reviews it with the Development Review Committee. We recommend conditions regarding the annexation. That's a very clear one. We've done maybe 100 of them, where to address the urbanization of the area, as testimony was provided tonight about crime. As an area urbanizes, a municipality with an increased tax base can have a much stronger law enforcement. So just for the public records, at no time was there any, he said, you do, I'll do, contract related discussions.
Do you want to address the comment about spot zoning as well?
Yeah, it's, spot zoning is clearly not a spot zone. Spot zone is when you have conflicting land uses or not conforming to existing land use plans, but this is clearly single-family residential within single-family residential. There may be some differences in the type of densities and setbacks, but it is not spot zoning.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Williams, I've got a question if you come back up. To the specific concerns that were brought up as to the church, I see that condition 15 addresses the deeding of that small, no, that's the other property. Is the conditions that are the concerns that Ms. Shiflett brought up, are they all included on the site plan and not
Yes.
specific in the conditions?
They are, and in regards to the area you're talking about to be deeded, yes, we are willing to quit claim the deed, that area to square off the corner of the church's property. Therefore, the playground would become property of the church.
Okay, and then that also addresses her concern about the storm drain as well?
Yeah. So when we all met out there and looked and had the plan and looked at where the playground was, and we talked about squaring off with the previous plan that was a planning board originally showed storm drain right where that playground was. We turned around after we met with Ms. Shiflett and the church, and when we agreed to square off the lot, we relocated the storm drain out of that area into actually what would be the new development area, thus leaving the playground and everything as is today.
Okay, and that's shown on the site plan?
It is.
Okay, because I couldn't find a condition as to that.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and so there's been a lot of talk about the fence and the trees. Is that shown on the site plan? Or if not, which condition is it?
It is shown on the site plan in the red bubbled areas along Cloud Peak and then along the Callahan property on the other side. You'll see that in the red bubbled areas, yes.
Okay, and then the delaying of the clear cutting, that's not anything that you've agreed to, is it?
We have no control over what the town, I mean, if the town does not require us to make the direct connectivity to Fairweather, then we don't have a problem with that. But I have no control over what the town is going to require us to do. And if the fire and emergency department decide that they want that connectivity to Fairweather directly from Kerner at the very beginning, then we have to comply with the requirements are. But that is not our intention. Our intention is to work in the front of the development and then later come over to that area. Like I said, but it will be up to the town about the connectivity and what they will allow.
Okay, and then Mr. Lewis, you started to have correspondence with him and then that kind of fell off. And I'm having trouble finding quickly your letter. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing specific in his letter relating to the site plan or the conditions.
I have not seen his letter, so I am not aware of anything. So I have not seen. When we met with Mr. Lewis out on his property and saw the impact and all that, we, like I said, clearly recognized that he is the most impacted and he does not have any trees on his property. And we said that we would be willing to go talk to our engineer about running a retaining wall down along his property and the other property and the property on the other side of him that would allow us to keep 20 foot of trees on that. But in exchange, we would hope that they would not speak against us in the rezoning tonight. That cost us an additional $100,000 and we were going to refactor the lots and all that. We didn't hear anything from Mr. Lewis and therefore we didn't make any changes.
Okay, so that's not part of this.
It
This is not included in the
plan,
site
no.
plan
Yeah,
or
it's
in the
currently not on
conditions.
the plan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have one more question for Ms. Williams. Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around how long the project's going to take to from start to finish.
And Chris, if you could reposition your microphone.
So, development side of it, clearing, getting it site ready to start building homes, not the building of the homes, but for you to get site ready basically to start building homes. What do you anticipate in time?
I would anticipate, so if we are approved tonight, obviously we would not start tomorrow because there would be a long process of approvals and all those that we have to go through the staff and all that. When we start, I would anticipate it would probably take a year and a half to get that. And we would do that in phases, essentially. We would do one phase, but keep going such that we would have the first phase turn to Royal to start building while we're continuing to work through the rest of the development. Like I said, if connectivity is not a concern with the town, that's our plan. And then as Bob addressed, the build out time for the home building.
So what do you think it would take to get the first phase site ready to start building?
A year, I think year and a half, maybe You know, we've got a lot of stormwater, pond stuff to develop and things like that. And stormwater and erosion control are by far the most important things to the municipality and the state. So that does take a little bit of time to get that in place.
How many homes would be in the first phase?
Yeah, can Barry answer that question if it's
Sure.
okay with you? He's been working directly with the engineer on
Sure.
that, and I don't have the exact number.
Thank you.
Barry Siegel, same address that you have for Amanda. To answer your question, if approved this evening, then obviously we will go ahead and purchase the property from Mr. Callahan. We will then have the engineers work on the detailed engineering drawings. The drawings that you have in front of you this evening meet the requirements set forth by the town for any type of zoning that clearly documents the placement of roads, the lots, the dimensions, storm sewer, okay, ponds, so forth and so on. They are not the engineering drawings, so it will take perhaps as long as 4 or 5 months or 6 months to get engineering drawings. Those engineering drawings will be submitted, reviewed by the staff. They will also have to go to the Division of Environmental and Natural Resources to get approval. They will also have to go to Forsyth County to get approval for the water and the sewer. And so that is just a long process, okay? So from the time that we start work, it could be a year, it could be longer, depending upon the review agencies in terms of how quickly they review it. Then with regard to the commencement of construction, once all permits are in hand, it would depend upon what time of year that is that we do have the permits. Clearly, if we get the permits in the middle of winter, okay, then, we may do absolutely nothing, okay? But the actual development itself, in the first phase, okay, we would probably do somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 50 lots, right? And part of that will be a function of what the staff will require with regard to the connectivity, okay? If in fact staff allows us to go ahead and do the first phase of 50 lots or 45 lots without having connectivity to Fairweather, if that's what the aldermen decide, that we can postpone that connectivity, then we would go ahead and begin work there. And the actual development work could in fact take, depending upon the time of the year and the availability of the subcontractors, availability of materials, all those types of things, that could be a 9-month development period. And it's been our practice that typically we will not turn a subdivision to Royal Homes until we have the binder coat of asphalt down on the ground. And a lot of municipalities virtually require that as well. So from today, it could be easily a year and a half, okay? It could be longer, somewhere in that neighborhood, as Amanda said, before house construction would start.
Okay.
And certainly we have no problem if staff will permit to postpone any trees, okay, that back up, okay, to the church's property, or for that matter, from the culvert going back to Fairwood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you. All right, are there any more questions, discussion, comments? Mr. Barrow?
Question.
Sure, go ahead.
I have one for Mr. Hatling. Mr. Hatling had asked you the other day how many building lots we had available in Kernersville to build on. And you said you'd get that number for me. Did you do that?
Yes.
And what is that number? Approximately.
Yeah, these are all draft. We took the numbers we do have on a yearly basis. We do an annual report. We'll be doing a 2021 annual report with residential projections and active subdivisions. It's an active residential development. So, so right now this is draft, but the active housing developments, we had market rate apartments, which you're probably not interested in, subsidized senior apartments. And then we have single family detached on the south side of town, the middle of town, north side of town. And then we had single family detached and attached. Sometimes you have mixed developments. And then you have single family attached. And so it depends on your breakdown. So in this project case, it's a single family detached. So if we go to the detached section, now some of these single family detached are similar to what's being proposed, but like for instance, Caleb's Creek, Owl's Trail, that's a cluster home type development. But if we add up the numbers of similar products, units open on the south side, primarily Caleb's Creek and Weldon. Actually, that's all the projects. And there's Watkins Landing, 458. The middle of town, Woodcross off Union Cross, and Courtyard at Harmon Mill behind the Lowe's Home Improvement, 49. And on the north side, there's recently been two subdivisions approved, Stonehaven, which is one of the Siegel's projects, and Trail Ridge at 100. So approximately 600 units are open for absorption in some of the active subdivisions for single family detached.
Thank you.
But like as mentioned, most of those are in the south side of town, with just the 100 units approved so far on the north side.
100 on the north side, you said?
Yeah.
Of the 600?
Yep.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Alfred Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you'd done a computation to say that it wasn't 2.43 houses per acre, but it's closer to 5.
That is correct.
Okay. How'd you do that?
By taking the total parcel area and then removing the undeveloped areas for it, such as the storm drain, the setback from the creek, et cetera, and only factoring in the actual built upon area and then dividing that by the number of units proposed.
Okay. So when you drive through there, it's going to look like a medium density or high density, right?
It's going to look extremely high density.
Okay. So to say it's low density, that's not exactly true, is it?
Nothing could be further from the truth.
Thank you, sir. I got a question for Mr. T.J. Stoltzman, the lawyer. Mr. Stoltzman, I read everybody's letter they wrote in. You had the best letter. I just wanted to tell you.
I appreciate that.
You said here that there were, in your letter, you said there was 4,900 homes approved. And then I believe tonight you said there was 2,500 or 2,015.
It was over 2,000.
How'd you come up with that number?
Yeah, the 4,900, that was wrong in my original one. That was the planning board meeting letter, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So this one, Tiffany and I worked it out that it was 2,000.
2015.
Based on that spreadsheet that Mr. Hatling had open.
Yeah, 2015.
That's how many residents that will be moving into Kernersville and building something, right?
Oh, well, maybe. Those are
Possibly.
hypothetical residents that don't exist.
Possibly. Okay. You also commented on the town's land use plan.
Yes, sir.
And expound on that a little bit, talking about conformity and why the town is not following their land use plan, in your opinion.
Is it all right if I just read what I wrote? I didn't get a chance to present that to you. But
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, yeah. So according to page 1014 of North Carolina Law Review, Volume 65, development agreement legislation specifies that development agreements likewise must conform to underlying land use plans and policies, much as common law doctrine concerning contingent zoning required consistency with the local government's comprehensive plan. On page 2 of the Kernersville Development Plan, they state, Quote, without growth management efforts, Kernersville will become indistinguishable from the surrounding encroaching urban areas. Proposal K793 represents the encroaching urban areas that town planners have been warning us from and working hard to avoid for decades. According to page 11 in K793 staff report proposal, quote, because of Kernersville's quality environment, people moving to the Triad are choosing to live in Kernersville because of appreciation of the same things that attracted current residents. New zoning does not conform to A, the same things that attracted current residents, which are less dense neighborhoods, and B, Kernersville has historically rejected development proposals that do not contribute to the town's expressly stated goals of, quote, maintaining Kernersville's small town atmosphere and establishing Kernersville as a unique high quality community. And that's taken from page 20 of the TOK Growth and Data Report published September of this year. To date, courts have inquired whether rezoning is consistent with the jurisdiction's comprehensive plan and whether it is warranted in light of changed circumstances called substantive standards. By the admission of the submitted staff report, the development will not conform to the surrounding neighborhoods in housing style, lot size, access to utilities, or even in the town jurisdiction. And again, there are no changed circumstances to necessitate rezoning for high density housing, which is Mr. Lewis emphasized.
Is it fair to say the biggest problem here is the lot size?
Oh yeah, like Mr. Lewis said, it's going to be night and day. We like my own home. We're on 1.5 acres. Our neighbors that are sitting behind us over here, they're on 3 acres, and we're all off of Rockford Road, which is an access point to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
I got one more question for, well, no, that's it. Thank you very much.
Do you have any more questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I do.
All right, Mr. Penix?
Jeff, could you respond to that land use debate we just been talking about?
It's hard for me to think where I would start. I think our staff report is very clear and factual. Staff in the town of Kernersville have been very consistent. On the density aspect, you know, I guess I have to feel like I'm in a court right now, so I am an expert testimony here. I have 38 years experience in land use planning, so I do have some expertise. It's common practice as density is calculated by total acres. The reason for that, in land use planning, we learned a long time ago, we want to encourage density where we can to protect the natural environments. In this case, it was called clustering. And so I started my land use plan career out of my graduate program in Vermont. You know, they require you to cluster the homes. You do not have the option to do conventional subdivisions. So we're attempting in land planning to encourage clustering to protect the environment and areas and, you know, create common areas. In this development, the town of Kernersville has the most stringent standards of pedestrian walkways and sidewalks. And so not only do we have open space protection, environmental protection, but on site, you know, like a lot of communities don't require sidewalks on both sides. So, you know, so that's the debate. We're actually trying to, in land plan, we're actually trying to encourage density. And this development we work closely with, and that, as I mentioned before, the RSQ was originally looked at for some attached units, and we said we highly recommend against that. We would promote single family detached. So that's the counter argument of what was presented of the shortfalls of this development.
Well, all the developments we've done, I mean, the standard way you figure units per acre is taking the total acreage, and it comes out to 2.41.
Right.
I think you said, but there is some land that is not being used. But you gave a good point about the positive things that does for acreage as far as habitat and conservation. So I think, you know, you can debate how many houses are on a certain portion of a large tract like that. But you have to take the total acreage to get an accurate figure. I mean, that's the way all developments are figured.
Correct. Because basically, the overall impact is the number of units on the traffic, schools, everything we talked about tonight, the water and sewer systems. And so the density is always calculated at the total acres. And once again, you know, in land planning, we're encouraging clustering of homes to protect the natural environment as much as we can and offer pedestrian corridors and sidewalks, so forth.
That's all.
Go ahead, Mr. Apple.
I've heard in the course of listening to folks here and in meetings outside of this where information has been exchanged, I'm still a little confused, and I'm mark that up to denseness, Jeff. But I've heard numbers everywhere from 2.4 to 5 to 8 units per acre. I guess number one, does it matter how you compute it as long as you compute it consistently? And in fact, I think I heard you say that what we're really concerned about is relative impact on schools, on roads, utilities, and so forth. But what number is right? I mean, I'm hearing a debate about how you do the math.
I can be very clear on what number is right. The land use plan that I actually authored and went through the public participation process, adopted through the public. We had a series of community meetings, went through the planning board, Board of Aldermen, public hearings. So the town of Kernersville adopted a density method of taking the total acres and divided it by the number of units. So that's, I can testify very clearly through the planning process we followed. And like you said, the key word is consistency. It's very important for a community to have consistency. Consistency is taking the total acres divided by the number of units to get the density. And that's how our plans were adopted formally by resolution by the Board of Aldermen.
Well, in the materials that we've been given, there was an actual paragraph about definition of low density and high density. Clarify for me, is what's being proposed here within the definition of low density consistent with the land use plan?
Yes, in this case, we're in a transitional area, and in all transitional areas, we have these discussions and debates. And these transitional areas in the land use plan, it says, if the area is all large lot, 2 units or more, the land use, the rezoning should be 2 units or less per acre. This case, as staff presented very clearly, with the movement of the public sewer, we moved the urban environment to match up the area that already has. And so it's very similar density that we've seen recently adopted, and much higher density like by the Kernersville Middle School and so forth. So clearly the land use plan does not mean the surrounding adjacent properties, but you take the entire area, taking into consideration the characteristics. The main characteristic of this parcel is sewer now available. And that really changes it to that 3 units or more for similar characteristics of the northern part of Kernersville.
Thank you.
Can I add just one comment to that?
Go ahead, Mr. Penix.
A great example of what Jeff is talking about is on Hopkins Road. When Kensington was developed, there was no sewer out there. So all of those lots comparatively are huge lots, 3/4 of an acre to accommodate sewer. Then the development later that's so popular now, Kensington Village, was built when sewer was put out there. So they're on much smaller lots. There are more units in there per acre. But that's the difference, just right next door to each other. Between what happens when you have sewer and what happens when you're back to the old days of the septic tank and how large the lots had to be.
Any further discussion, questions, comments? Do I have a motion?
I get to say something before we vote?
Sure.
I'd like to very much. First of all, I'd like to say to Mr. Siegel and Ms. Williams, I went and looked at y'all's houses out there at the end of Sandy Ridge Road. Y'all build beautiful houses. You do a great job. I don't have any issue with that. All of you folks that came down here from the neighborhood out there and expressed your views, I read every one of your letters. Every one of them was against this. And the issue here, in my opinion, is how big are the lots? Now they can sit and try to tell you that it's 2.4 an acre, but it's not. There's a big gully, there's a big pond, and a bunch of land you can't use. And the land that's actually used is high density. And if you go out and look at the property out there at the end of Sandy Ridge Road, that's exactly what you'll see, houses 15 foot apart. That's not what you want. I understand that. I do not think that is consistent with the land use plan that the town of Kernersville has been following since, I think, 2007 and updated as recently as 2018, which talks about conformity and consistency. There's nothing consistent about what they're proposing to build and what's out there. Now, you may have sewer and you may have septic and all of that. That's beside the point. Most of that property, almost all that property out there has got decent sized lots. That's not what they're proposing doing. And for that reason, you know, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
I'll just make a couple comments. Because the reason I was really trying to get into how long this is going to take to get started and finished, as well as where the Macy Grove Loop project is going to be, because it sounds to me, I guess first thing I worry about is traffic. My son goes to Kernersville Middle School, so I do drive down those roads every day. Macy Grove project, the Loop project won't be started until 2023. Sounds to me, by what the developer is saying, they might not even start this project for three and a half years, which puts them out to about 2025 or 2026, which to me sounds like it's going to coincide with the Loop project being either completed or almost completed by the time they get started on their project. So for that lessens my concern about the traffic. The fact that this entrance to this development is a half mile, 3/4 of a mile from access to this loop, the Macy Grove Loop, it gives me less pain to think about the traffic. I like the fact that there is an ingress and egress, two of them. And I like the fact that the DOT will require turn-in lanes in and out. I think that's very important, especially for the traffic movement on this street. I think the developers addressed privacy concerns with berms that are larger than most, as well as giving options, whether it be trees or fencing. And I will say that this developer has got a multi-million-dollar project already started, which I know was slowed down because of the labor issues that we're having. That this isn't a typical developer that's going to come in and build a product that's going to bail on the town of Kernersville. They have a lot of money sitting on Old Winston Road. They just got started framing recently that will be rentals when they're completed. And I don't know the total number. I want to say there's 150 or 160 units over there that is encouraging to me because it makes me see that their investment here is real. So for that, I'm in favor of the project. I'd make a motion to approve.
Would you like to be a little more specific in your motion? Jeff, do you want to put up the recommended motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve as presented by staff.
Of the rezoning?
Yes, the
The
rezoning and site
rationale
plan.
and the site plan?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, for clarification, that also includes the conditions as presented, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
I second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? I have Mr. Thompson, Mr. Apple, and Mr. Penix in favor. All those opposed? Mr. Barrow and Mr. Gorham opposed. Did this require a 4-1 vote?
No, it's my understanding that that is no longer a statute. Previous statutes that required, if you had a 3-2 vote, you had to go back for a second vote. Keith, is that correct?
Yes, the previous statute did indicate that a second vote would be required, but it's my understanding that it's no longer required.
So
Mr. Swisher and Mr. Powell may be able to confirm that as well.
Yeah, so a 3-2 vote would be approval this night.
Okay, so the project is approved. Is there anything further we need to do on this agenda item? Congratulations, Ms. Williams and Mr. Siegel.
Which one is yours?
All right, the next item on our agenda is item 1B. It's a public hearing, rezoning. Amanda Hoderine. Oh, there you are. Agent for owners request a two-phase conditional use rezoning from RS20 and HB to HBC Highway Business Conditional Use for properties located at the southeast corner of Macy Grove Road and Old Greensboro Road, containing a total of 10.4 acres and being all of the PIN numbers included on the agenda. Uses requested: convenience store, restaurant without drive-through service, restaurant with drive-through service, and motor vehicle repair and maintenance. Zoning docket K794. Mr. Hatling or Ms. Garner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be presenting this case tonight. K794 at 1220 Old Greensboro Road is located at the intersection of Old Greensboro Road and Macy Grove Road. They're requesting a two-phase conditional use rezoning to do the zoning entitlement with this first phase, and then a second final development phase would go to the planning board covering the specifics of the development. Requested zoning is highway business conditional use. Part of the site is already zoned highway business. Part of the site is zoned RS20. So it would bring it all to highway business conditional use with the listed uses as specified. This site is contiguous to the Triad Business Park. Surrounding properties are zoned commercial and industrial already, both general industrial, and general business. The land use plan indicates this area for business support, intended to accommodate a wider variety of office, corporate park, warehouse, flex space, light industrial, retail, hotel, and related uses. Proposed retail and commercial uses are consistent with the business support designation of the land use plan. Since this is a two-phase rezoning, the initial site plan meets the requirements for the first phase. The developer is proposing 2 driveway access points off of Old Greensboro Road. NCDOT will not allow any access off of Macy Grove Road, and a driveway permit will be required by NCDOT at time of construction document submittal. Planning board and staff make the following recommendation for move to amend the zoning ordinances of the town by rezoning the property, in this case, from highway business and RS20 to highway business conditional two-phase. The planning board found that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and is both reasonable and in the public interest because the two-phase rezoning process allows the review of the final development plan. It's the second phase of the conditions that will assure the development addresses the Kernersville Development Plan goal. The Kernersville Development Plan and the Land Use Plan recommend this area for business support. The Highway Business Zoning District is conducive to commercial uses, and being located in the Highway Corridor Overlay District, there are enhanced design standards that will cover any future development on the site. Planning board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan with conditions as presented in the staff report. And the vote, this went to planning board in November. It received a favorable recommendation from planning board with 1 member absent.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. This is a public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. I have 1 person signed up to speak in favor. Amanda? Just a reminder, if you could make sure the mic is on and state your name and your address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Amanda Hodiern. I'm here tonight representing both the property owners and the contract purchaser for this property, whose intended development is the subject of this rezoning. My offices are at 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro. That's 27408. Thank you for the time to present to you this evening. I know it's been a long night, so I do want to hit the points of our case and be available for questions, but I'm also going to try to be respectful of everyone's time and the case coming behind us. As you've heard tonight from staff, this is a request to rezone from highway business and residential 20 to 1 homogeneous unified district for highway business conditional use. This is an assemblage purchase, and the idea here is to support 1 intended unified development and to bring all the zoning into 1 district that will support that intention. This site is located just north of the 421 Business 40 corridor at the Macy Grove Road interchange. As I'm sure you all are well aware, this is also where the FedEx hub facility is, the Amazon Fulfillment Center, Averett Express, to name a few of the large users. And then, of course, broader expanse of the area reveals lots of other commercial uses, restaurants, some gymnastics, Gypsy Road Brewing, some other industrial users and some retailers in the area. So all this, of course, is by design, all in keeping with your land use plan that you just saw presented in Catherine's report, and also the zoning on the ground supports these land uses as well. Of course, the zoning districts being the implementation of your land use plan and how those goals and visions come to actual fruition. So this case intends and hopes to do the same thing. We hope to establish the zoning district here that will support an intended use that is narrowly tailored, as you've heard it. If we could look back at our use condition, please. This use condition is exactly customized for what my client intends to develop here, which is a full service, full operation convenience store with fuel pumps. And that is location, location, location. Not only is this a business support use, which is called for by your comprehensive plan to support these large scale users of this area, it is noteworthy that the Amazon Fulfillment Center doesn't have any gas pumps on it, and it's not allowed to ever have. So we are trying to support those businesses that are here and functioning and thriving, and we want to keep them doing so. It also can support everyone else in Kernersville who uses this interchange, coming home from work, going to work, as they're out and about, and coming and going right from the interstate just south of here. So we think that it does that business support nicely, just as it's called to do in your comprehensive plan. We also have several other conditions that we've agreed to that you see in your staff report, that we're amenable to all of those, and we feel that those narrowly tailor this case to be both appropriate and reasonably balanced for the area and for Kernersville. There also is another factor at work here, and that is the design and development standards that are already baked in to your ordinance and your land use plan. You've got in your business support district, you've got enhanced design standards for front facades, for outdoor storage, for landscaping, for parking, for signage, all of which we will have to adhere to in this location. and therefore don't need to be reiterated in conditions, which would be redundant. Same goes for the highway business corridor designation, which also affects this property. That has requirements that are higher than the rest of your ordinance for things like signage, landscaping, parking. Again, all of which we will have to adhere to for this property. So in other words, Mr. Hatling, in his years of service, has I think I heard the mayor say earlier, has preordained these zoning districts so that each one doesn't have to be tailored and customized for these types of cases. This has already been pre-thought and contemplated as to, okay, this is going to be a business corridor, but we want it to look nice. We want it to be held to a certain standard. That's already baked into your ordinance and will apply to this case as well. So for those reasons, we think between the limited uses, the conditions that we've agreed to that you've seen in your staff report, and the baked-in protections from your land use plan, your zoning district overlay of the highway business corridor, we do feel like this rezoning will be not only in keeping with your comprehensive plan, highly compatible with the area, very supportive, and well, it'll fold in well to the continued success of this district that Kernersville has invested a lot in. And it'll also be a balanced, reasonable approach to your continued growth. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions, or be happy to do so as you continue your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a few minutes left. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Does the board have any questions? Is there any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I got a question. Exactly where is the, not a very good map.
Jeff, if you could pull up a better sighted map, maybe zoomed out a little bit.
So I can tell exactly where it's at on
Yeah,
Grove Road.
it's probably the best description is that old, like 19, 20, 30 area brick house, and it sits below Macy Grove. Probably the best description. Right when you get off the Macy Grove interchange, you take a right on Old Greensboro Road, there's an old brick house below there. That's where it's located.
Or the old, maybe the old Caterpillar or something, where the old Caterpillar place used to be.
Okay, thank you.
You can speak to your mic. Do you want to make the motion?
Excuse me, I would move that we amend the zoning ordinance of the town to, in case K794 from HB and RS20 to HBC 2-phase as set forth on the slide on the screen, with the justifications and declarations of public interest set forth there.
And the site plan and conditions as recommended by staff?
Yes.
I second that.
Keith, do you have that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. All right, the next item is a public hearing, item 1C. Richard Johnson, agent for owners, requesting a conditional use rezoning from RS20 to PBC, pedestrian business conditional use for properties located at 1605, 1609, and 1613 North Carolina Highway 66 South, containing a total of 1.77 acres and being all of the PIN numbers as listed on the agenda. Uses requested: medical and surgical office, general merchandise store, restaurant without drive-through, food or drug store, retail store specialty or miscellaneous, banking and financial services, offices, miscellaneous professional offices, services, personal, recreation services, indoor, government offices, post office. Zoning docket K795. Mr. Hatling or Ms. Garner?
Thank you, Mayor. Case K795 is a single-phase conditional use rezoning, so this is the rezoning for the entitlement and the site plan at the same time. We are located at 1605, 1609, and 1613 North Carolina Highway 66 South. This is next to the Better Business Bureau, just before you get to Moses Cone and Bishop McGinnis as you're heading out of town on your left. The current zoning is RS20. The requested zoning is PBC, or Pedestrian Business Conditional Use District. The uses are listed because the site is intended to be a multi-tenant space. This would give the developer and the owner flexibility in who the spaces could be leased to, but while maintaining a level of assurance for the town of what those tenants would be. So the building as proposed is a 4-tenant building. It is my understanding that the main tenant would be a dental office. He may take up 2 spaces for his total practice, but that hasn't been decided yet. So it could be 3, could be 4. But the proposed site improvements do include an entrance via a shared drive with the southern parcel. That's the Better Business Bureau. There was a lot of discussion with the Department of Transportation about how to access this site, given the proximity to Weldon and the intersections, both on the northern and southern ends. So they finally came up with the solution to share a drive. So it will be accessed by this driveway here to the south that will feature left and right turn lanes and then the entrance. So this will be shared with the Better Business Bureau site. They will also be required to do a stormwater device that's located here in the lower right-hand corner. A type 2 buffer yard for the screening is shown along the eastern property line. A type 2 buffer yard will also be required along this property line because the remaining parcel to the north is also zone RS20. If the adjacent properties are rezoned to commercial prior to this property being developed, then the buffer yard standard would not be required. The site is designated as an activity center in the land use plan. That is mostly to support the residential areas that surround it, including the Weldon area at the intersection of 66 and Old Salem Road, and then also the existing residential areas along Brookford Road to the east. In case K795, Planning Board and staff are recommending approval of the rezoning, finding that the rezoning is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and is both reasonable and in the public interest because the development plan and land use plan recommend this area for commercial zoning. The PBC zoning district is conducive to smaller commercial centers that cater to residents in the immediate area. The conditional use district rezoning allows the specific site plan to be considered to address the unique character of the area. The property is located in a neighborhood scale commercial overlay district, which has enhanced design standards for the buildings, the parking, landscaping, and signage. Planning Board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan and conditions as presented in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
This is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here who'd like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
I have one question. I just want to make sure I understand it. So on the north end, there is going to be driveway connectivity or parking lot connectivity to the next parcel once it's developed, correct?
Yes, the ordinance requires the connectivity stub so that when that future parcel is redeveloped, then the connectivity can be made at that time. So there's no direct connection other than just stubbing it to the property line.
Gotcha, thank you. I like the fact that the parking lot's in the back. That's my only question. I'd motion to approve as written by staff.
No, second it.
Is that, can you repeat your motion?
Motion to approve as written by staff.
Is that specific enough? Mr. Powell?
Yes, that's sufficient as long as he's incorporating all that.
Okay, motion to approve as written by staff. Do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor? I I've got I've got 4 in favor. All opposed? Okay, let me call the question again. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, who had the second?
Mr. Penix.
I did.
My apologies. All right, so motion by Thompson, second by Gorham. Okay, we are to the public session. Is there anyone who'd like to address the board on a non-agenda item? I do not have any speaker cards for this. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 2B, discussion regarding safety issues at Town Park. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor, had a request from couple of the board members to address some of the safety concerns or safety issues, not necessarily an issue, but some of the safety in place at town parks, specifically after the incident at 4th of July Park recently. So I met with Parks and Rec Director Ernie Pages, Chief Tim Summers, IT Director Adam Hutchins, and we've looked at different areas of the park. I'll start off by saying that, after talking with Chief Summers and folks in the police department, I mean, the park is safe. Yes, there was an incident there in which an individual was shot and killed, but we believe, without going into the details of the case, that's probably an isolated incident. So overall, the park is safe. We've not had any real issues in the park in the past, up until recently. The park is still being visited by the citizens of Kernersville, folks in the surrounding area, and so forth. But with that in mind, we did look at, and we're still looking. I'll tell you, we've not gotten any final numbers and dollar amounts on anything yet. We've got some estimates to possibly bring back to the board. But we looked at some areas that might improve the safety in the park on an overall long-term basis. The first of those being, and this is at 4th of July Park, I'll discuss on the other parks, some of the other parks later. But the first of those being a gate there as you enter off of Mountain Street. As you all are aware, there's no gate there turning off Mountain Street. So a gate there that could be programmed to open and close at certain hours would keep the folks in cars out of the park. Now, is that going to keep everybody out of the park? Certainly not. It probably won't keep all the cars out, because all they have to do is ride through the grass and they're in a park, but it will keep some of those folks out. The park currently closes at dusk, except for the lit courts, which is the tennis courts. They're open until, I think, 10 or 11. So we'd have to adjust that a little bit for the folks that want to go in and play tennis. We're going to have to either turn the lights off, somehow work that out, but so we're looking at the possibility of a gate there as you enter off of Mountain Street. We have cameras in the park. We've met with the folks that provide us those cameras, and we've looked at possibly adding some additional cameras to the park in some areas that right now aren't covered as well. Most areas of the park are covered, but there's some areas that we could cover better than what we're currently covering. And we've also looked at some lighting in the park, some additional lighting. The park is lit pretty well. You got to keep in mind, do you really want to light the park if the park is supposed to be closed? So, when you light it, you kind of entice people then to come in after dusk because the park is lit. So you would light it for safety reasons so that you could see someone in the park, but they're not supposed to be in there anyway. So it's kind of like, okay, what are we lighting it for? We've not discussed a gate to the parking lot off Bodenhammer Street yet, simply because that's a little bit harder to control. There's more, you've got 2 driveways there. It's been mentioned about putting a fence around the entire park. I mean, if you really want to keep people out, all the way, you put the gate up, put a fence around the park. I don't know if that's necessary. I don't think there's been that much problem at the park to necessitate a fence all the way around the park. Certainly possible. I can tell you that would not be an inexpensive endeavor by any means, but it is possible. So that covers kind of what we looked at 4th of July Park. Our estimates right now on the gate probably are somewhere ranging in the area of $30,000 to $40,000 for the gate, depending. The one that we have similar to the gate we have at Ivy Redmond Park now is not one that you can program remotely to open and close at a certain time. You have to be there and manually open and close it. That's easy to do at Ivy Redmond because when the folks leave practice, they close the gate. We would need a gate that can be programmed to open and close at 4th of July Park because we don't have anybody leaving out at a certain time of night. So that gate's probably in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000. Cameras, just depending on how many you want, what we come up with for the best coverage, you're probably looking in the same price range for cameras as well. Not all of the areas currently have power. You have to have power to run the cameras, these particular cameras, if you want the best coverage. So that's what we're looking at in the neighborhood of cameras as well. And I'll have all of these figures. We've been getting them for the last 2 weeks. We've just not gotten those all in. Harmon Park right here across the street is pretty wide open. There's not much tree covering in Harmon Park. We do have cameras at Harmon Park as well. It's more, you have more traffic by Harmon Park going in through there on a daily basis and also at night. So safety from that aspect is not as big a concern at Harmon Park. Founders Park the same way. It's obviously right in the middle of Main and Mountain Street, right in the middle of Kernersville. Not a safety issue there. Ivy Redmond Park. Ivy Redmond is just a different type park. I mean, it's an athletic complex more so than a passive park where folks just go to walk or to hang out or to play basketball or whatever. Most of the individuals at Ivy Redmond are there for a organized practice. They may be there using the cross-country course. They may be there using the dog park. But once it's closed and the lights are off, the gate's closed, the only part of Ivy Redmond you can access is the upper part where the cross-country course is located. That's wide open. I mean, it's right beside of a field. There's nothing you can do there really from a safety standpoint. It's been that way for years. It will continue to be that way. The other part of Ivy Redmond Park, where the baseball fields and soccer fields are located, the fence is all the way around the park. You can get through the fence, you can climb over it, you can go under it. It's tough to get in there with a vehicle when the main gate is closed. That gate does close most of the time when the last folks leave from soccer practice or lacrosse or whatever's practicing. So really not a lot of changes needed. We don't think at Ivy Redmond either. So mainly the park where we're looking at obviously enhancing the safety aspects out there, or the security, so to speak, not necessarily safety, but the security aspects would be at 4th of July Park. I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has related to any of that. Well, they just have to wait until tomorrow. No, we are looking at the type gate that it would open if that gate closes automatically at a pre-programmed time and your vehicle's still in there. If you drive up from it from inside the park, there will be a trigger mechanism that will open the gate, and then you can get out.
So I guess this discussion has come about because of the incident that happened at the park.
Mainly, yes, sir.
Mainly. And if that incident hadn't happened, this probably wouldn't even be a point of discussion.
So I didn't hear the first part.
I said, if the incident hadn't happened,
this probably not would be even on the agenda tonight.
It would probably not be on the agenda tonight, but we have been looking. In fact, we were just over at the park sometime before that, looking at, some different type cameras, especially at the entrance right there off of Mountain Street.
Yeah.
So we were looking at the cameras at that entrance already. And also, we've talked about a gate at that park for several years. We've just never put one up because the gate, again, only secures that driveway. It doesn't keep the folks on foot from going in or out of the park.
Yeah. So my point is, do we want to be a town that is going to be reactive or proactive? If we had to wait for an incident to happen before we even start thinking about stuff like this or doing something to prevent it, I see us being reactive. If we go ahead and notice the possibilities are there and go ahead and take precautions to prevent these types of things from happening going forward, then we're more proactive in what we're doing. And if, incidents like this cause us to take pause, then why don't we start giving some thought to, let's be proactive and maybe see what the cost would be to be putting at least cameras in all our parks just for our safety of our residents.
I agree. And with the exception of Ivy Redmond Park, and again, it's a little different park, we do have cameras in all of the parks. And we will tie those cameras into the new crime center in the police department once that gets up and running. So we have been proactive in a lot of aspects. And in this case, it's kind of a combination of proactive and reactive. So yes, I agree.
Curtis, do we have cameras at the entrance of that park on Mountain Street? Is there cameras at the entrance? I know there's some down in the park, around the tennis courts, around the skate park, basketball courts.
We have cameras where we can see the entrance. Yes, sir.
My only concern with the gate is the maintenance of it. We already have vandalism going on in the bathrooms constantly. Putting a gate up, I don't know. I guess my concern would be, I'd rather see cameras monitor or more cameras to monitor the situation than having to put in a $30,000 gate that we're having to constantly fix because people are running into it or hanging on it or whatever might be going on when we can't see it.
And that was, when we discussed the gate earlier, that was one of the hang-ups of installing the gate. Is there has been vandalism at the park. There'll probably always be vandalism at the park. I mean, they vandalize the cameras. So, it's kind of a toss-up there. But that was one of the concerns was, what would happen to the gate. We've had, Ernie, they vandalized the gate at Ivy Redmond a couple times, haven't they? So, it's one of those things. I mean, I don't know how effective a gate would be, and that's the other thing. We just really didn't know how effective a gate would be there because all they have to do is just drive over the curb and through the grass by the old schoolhouse and they're in the park. It's a little more obvious if you're driving through the grass, but I agree. That was one of the points of discussion Ernie and I had was actual vandalism to the gate. But we do have a camera where we can see the entrance, and if the board chose to put up a gate, it might be that we would probably refocus a camera or install another camera where we could see that gate more clear from both sides. It would be tough to see it from the Mountain Street side. If a car turned in there, you could still see the car, but that would be about all. We could probably refocus the camera so that we could see it from the park side pretty easily, but seeing it from the Mountain Street side might be difficult to see it well anyway.
And we're focusing on the entrance. All that park's in the woods. I know we have cameras throughout, but where the incident was, and it doesn't matter where it was, I guess, but down in the woods, is there enough cameras there that us manning the entrance with a gate and more cameras is going to be more preventative? Just,
we've got it pretty well covered with cameras. There are some blind spots, so to speak, and there's probably a way to better place the cameras in the park so that we have more coverage, whatever you call it. Can we cover it all to where where I could tell you with 100% certainty that this wouldn't happen? Nah, because they could be right on camera and do it. You know, especially if they don't know the camera's there. It's not, you know, then they're going to do whatever happens and not know the camera's there. All the camera does in a situation like that is it gives you a better idea of where to start, you know, start your investigation really. Cameras have been helpful in a lot of instances, especially up around the skate park, basketball court, concession stand, that area. Allowed us to catch some vandalism that's taking place. But, you know, I mean, we could have them in every square foot of the park, and that's not necessarily going to stop it from taking place. It would just make it easier to start tracking them down, really. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but it's kind of a yes/no type answer. Yes, it would help, but no, it won't prevent it.
What does the chief think?
Well, I would say that just like the town manager said, the cameras are going to help, but they're certainly not going to prevent it. To say the park's safe, I do agree the park is safe. I can't say much about the incident because of the details of it. But to say that it's not going to happen again, I can't say that either.
Right. But y'all are having that new system set up.
Yes, sir.
And it'll be manned 24/7, right?
It won't be manned 24/7 because then I'd have to ask for more personnel, but it will be manned. It will be on and active 24/7 so that we can go back and look at and get caught up with, or somebody can go in there right away and be on it. And it can be accessible for the people that are going to run it from home. Yes, sir.
In regard to cameras not being a preventive measure. In regards to the cameras not being a preventive measure, if cameras along with signs posted in the park saying you are being watched, I think that will prevent folks from doing stuff if they know that they're being watched. It's when you have cameras and the people don't know the camera's there. But if you got the cameras there and you got signs alerting them that they're being watched, I think those cameras will be a preventive measure. Just my own.
No, I agree with that. And I don't want to tell Ernie what to do to in his parks, or what I would recommend though is you know, at the points of entrance, a sign there that says you're on camera. I think that's a great idea.
I'd like to just comment that I think the police department's fine work along with their law enforcement partners in apprehending a suspect has gone a long way toward reinstating confidence on part of the people in using the park. So I just think a word of thanks and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Is in order.
Thank you.
I got one more thing. I had a citizen call me before I came over here tonight to tell me that there were tennis shoes hanging over one of the power lines there at the park. And I mean, we know what that means, correct?
It's my understanding that there are some there. I've seen some there. We need to contact Duke Power to get those down. We can't get them down. We've contacted Duke Power in the past about some other ones not at the park, and they've not gone out to get them down. So, I mean, we might have some better luck with that. I need to contact Jimmy Flythe and see if he can do that. Because, yeah, it's supposedly a symbol that there's been gang activity, drugs, so forth at that area.
Okay, if there's nothing further on that issue, we'll move on to discussion regarding the noise ordinance for the town of Kernersville. Is there anything else on the prior issue? Okay, so we have David Dyson and Sheila DeFore, who've requested to speak to the Board of Aldermen. Curtis, do you have any kind of presentation though first?
No, I will start off, and I'll just state that, we've spoken to Mr. Dyson, Mr. Ford, and we have, Chief Summers, Mr. Powell, and myself have looked at the noise ordinance. We are in the process of revising that noise ordinance so that it's a little more effective than the one we currently have. I think their complaints have centered on mainly one establishment here in town, violating the noise ordinance. We have issued a citation to that establishment on 2 different times, maybe 3, but I know of 2. And our noise ordinance, I don't know if you all are familiar with all of it, but it's not the best ordinance probably in the world, so to speak. It doesn't have a real good start time of when you can't make noise after such and such time. The only time that is referred to in the noise ordinance deals with, it says that yelling, shouting, hooting, clapping, or singing on the public streets, particularly between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. is prohibited. I don't know about you all, but I don't know too many people that's out anymore, whether it's 10 p.m., 9 p.m., or it might be at 3 a.m. if they're pretty well 3 sheets in the wind, but out yelling, shooting, hooting. I don't even know what hooting is, clapping or singing. So, it's what we've done is we've kind of used the time frame in there of 10 p.m. and said, hey, if it doesn't happen before 10 p.m., if the noise is not really taking place until after 10 p.m., we've not really cited folks for that. And the reason being is because we've done it in the past and it's simply not held up in court, because there's no other times in there. Now, it's what our ordinance does say, and it's pretty wide open, is that no person shall make, continue, or cause to be made or continued any excessive, unnecessarily, or unusually loud noise, or any noise which either annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, rest, repose, health, peace, or safety of others. The way I interpret that is that if I'm sitting on my couch at 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon and my neighbor's got his leaf blower out there and it disturbs my repose, I can call the police department and say, I want him cited for violating the noise ordinance, because, as long as I'm willing to come to court and testify and say he disturbed my repose at 4 p.m. with his leaf blower, they'll cite him. Problem with that is, if I try to come to court and tell them they disturbed my repose at 4 p.m. on Saturday, the judge is probably going to laugh that out of court. So for that reason, we don't cite for stuff that happens in the normal time of day. So we're looking at revising our noise ordinance. We've not completely revised it because we knew that Mr. Dyson and Mr. Ford were coming tonight, and we wanted to see what they had to say as well, so we might incorporate some of that into the noise ordinance. I will tell you that it's not likely that we're going to suggest making it an offense before 10 p.m., depending on what it is, but I think it'll be 10 or 11 p.m. because it just simply won't hold up in court. I mean, from what we've seen, unless you're just really, really going at it all the time, it probably won't hold up. But so that's where we're at. We've met, we've discussed it, we've revised it several times. We'll bring something back to the board either in January or February that pretty much takes current ordinance and changes it up and gets something a little bit better and something that's a little bit more enforceable, where we can cite some of these folks. Now, it's not saying it's not enforceable. I know it's been enforced. We've written citations and the folks came to court and the judge has said, hey, you violated noise ordinance, and it's been held up. The takes a lot to get that done, but it has happened. So that's all I've got to allow. I may, if the board's got any more questions after Mr. Dyson and Ms. DeFore speak, I'll be glad to try and answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Swisher. At this time, I'd recognize either David Dyson or Sheila DeFore, whoever wants to start. Did it light up green? Do you want to give her, did it work?
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. I'm Sheila DeFore. I live at 119 Broad Street. I'm the one that's been writing all the angry emails, which I apologize for. But, all I know to say is all of y'all want to be able to go out in your yards and enjoy peace and quiet, or sit in your home and enjoy peace and quiet. And I do too. I'm retired. I work for nonprofits most of my life and worked very hard, and I've had back surgery. And now, instead of being able to just retire and enjoy peace and quiet, I have Brewers Cattle. And their outdoor stage. And I don't understand the reasoning of why that outdoor stage was allowed on the edge of a neighborhood. It's in the very back of their thing. And I mean, there's two houses right on the parking lot, and one of them has a toddler. And there's homes all in the next neighborhood beside it. There's my home. There's somebody getting ready to move in front of where I live, and people all down my street. And this is not just loud, annoying music. This is blasting. I'm in a mobile home that was grandfathered in, and it literally hurts my ears because of the bass pounding. I mean, and after 4 and 5 hours of this, I can't go outside to get away from it. I can't go in my bedroom and get away from it. It just pounds my ears. And I mean, yes, I'm a little neurotic after 4 or 5 hours of this. It's not just the bass and the guitar and the horns and the hooting and the hollering after 10 o'clock, sometimes till 11, used to go till midnight. But it also is extreme profanity. I had to listen in graphic detail what homosexuals do to each other, complete with profanity. And this is blasting through my yard, and there are children in our neighborhood. And if that's my time, that's all I've got to say. Please do something.
Thank you, Ms. DeFore. Mr. Dyson?
No, it's been a long evening. My name is David Dyson. I live at 417 Vance Street. Formerly lived at 413 Vance Street with my parents. My parents moved here in 1963. We lived at 115 and a half Davis Street, which is all in the vicinity of the Brewers Kettle. That's the subject of tonight. I agree with what Curtis said about, revisions of the noise ordinance and stuff of that nature, but the magnitude of this music that's coming from this place is so loud that I can hear it through the walls of my house with my TV on. And I have like a senior cat. I mean, I know this is not supposed to be funny or anything, but it's just like we'll be sitting there and all of a sudden it's like we both look at each other like, what was that? He thinks it's thunder, it's so loud. And my house is over 800 feet, 900 feet, maybe 1,000 feet from this place. So it's not just a noise ordinance issue, it's a nuisance. This all started, the Brewer's Kennel has been there since 2013. Had no problem with it, none whatsoever. Spring Folly come around this year. And I know the town works, you know, with the Brewer's Kennel, everything to make the Spring Folly good and all that stuff. And that's good and fine. But some people you can give an inch and they'll take a mile. Because I was informed that after the Spring Folly, that they would only have maybe like one event a month. I heard that on 2 different occasions. Where I live at, and where I used to live in the Davis Street area, is now low income area. It's mostly senior citizens, Hispanics. And when I first moved in my house, when I was 20 years old, it wasn't low income at the time. It was probably medium income. But it's just, sometimes low income neighborhoods, sometimes I don't feel like we get the support that we need from our town, from our officials. But anyway, like I said, this all started after the Spring Folly. They built a stage out back, and this music is just, like I said, unfathomably. I don't know how many decibels, but it's bad. On Friday, October 29th, I called. Officer Dove come out. I asked him, why can't he do his job and enforce, the town noise ordinance? And he basically looked at me and said, it's out of our control. He said, welcome to the new Kernersville. They found a way to generate income and new growth for the town. And so that if I had any complaints, I would have to come before the board and the council, which I am here. And that's why I'm here tonight. On November the 20th, it was loud music again from the same place. I called in. Officer St. Pierre called me and he said, the chief Summers, has made this a priority. He said, we're going to cite them. And I said, finally, somebody is standing up for us senior citizens. And he come by and brought me a card. Matter of fact, I'm going to court. I'm going to be there with your officers. I'm going to be there representing Kernersville with them. He gave me this card. The music was stopped. I said, hey, we finally got something done. I almost felt like, like, congratulations. You finally won a battle. 15 minutes later, the music was back on again, louder than ever, and they continued till 5 minutes after 10 that night. I called back in. Officer Pierre, he come back out and he told me, he said, there's not really much I can do. I've already cited them. He said, I'm not going to close them down. And he said, I told him, I said, that's pretty arrogant that a place like that would have total disrespect for the Kernersville Police Department and us citizens of Kernersville. Thank you, Chief Summers, for standing up. And thank you for enforcing the town ordinance. I got just a couple more things I'd like to say about, I get online and look at stuff, but this comes from the Wikipedia of noise control. Social activities may generate noise levels that consistently affect the health of populations residing in or occupying areas, both indoor and outdoor, near entertainment venues, and feature amplified sounds and music that present significant challenges for effective noise mitigation strategies. We definitely have a problem here, folks. If they would, build it inside. Like I said, they've been there since 2013. We didn't have no problems. But now I can't even sit in my house and do some reading or even watch a football game without hearing blaring music coming through the walls of my house. It resonates through my house. That's ridiculous. There's several people. I'm not going to mention them all because I went around the neighborhood. I tried to get some people to come with me because it's not only me that's been calling. I have two people here with me tonight. Mr. Brian Barnes, if you really raise your hand. He lives on 218 Justice Street. Then I have Lucy Ashburn. She's on 409 Vance Street. They're both senior citizens. And I have several other senior citizens. Now, as far as the noise ordinance that you was reading off a while ago, Mr. Swisher, what was the part about repose? Okay. Unusually or loud, which annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort of, repose, health, peace, and safety of others. You know what, folks? It's hard for some people to imagine, but yes, music that loud and stuff can affect people medically. I know of a person that lives on Vance Street that has a medical condition that is exasperated by this nuisance. I'm not going to call it a noise ordinance. I'm calling it a nuisance. And I'm going to close with this right here. This is not my saying, but it came from a wise person. And it just seemed fitting. But we, the homeowners, the residents in close proximity to this business, we were here first. I've been here 58 years. We did not come to this nuisance. This nuisance came to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is there any discussion or questions? If not, before we move on to the next agenda item, just to give everyone a stretch break, I would propose we take a brief recess. So we'll stand in recess. All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. The next thing on our agenda is item D, presentation regarding the pavement condition report for town streets. I'll recognize Mr. Doran Maltba, our Public Services Director.
Madam Mayor and board members, every 3 to 5 years, we conduct what's called a pavement condition survey, which basically determines the quality of our streets. It also gives us an idea of the costs needed to repair in the future. Well, this year's index or survey was conducted by our on-call services engineer, which is Withers Ravenel. With us tonight is Steve Landers with Withers Ravenel, and he will be giving the presentation. And while you were out on recess, we decided to cut it from 2 hours to 15 minutes. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But Steve won't say this before he comes up here, but I will. In the state of North Carolina, there's probably not any engineer that's more familiar with pavement management or is more of an expert with it than Steve is. So I'll let him give his short presentation, and then we'll both be here for any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Land.
Steve, I got the clock, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Mr. Lander.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Mayor, the board. Thank you for allowing me to present a topic which is near and dear to my heart. It's kind of interesting how one's career comes about and why we end up where we are. If I could get it's not changing. All right. So we did the pavement condition survey of the town streets, and I wanted to tell you just a little bit about Withers Ravenel folks. Starting with me and Rob Holland. Both Rob and I started with Withers Ravenel about 1 year and 3 months ago. In my career, I've got 28 years of experience, 18 of which has been in pavement management. And I have managed over 100 pavement condition surveys in that 18-year period. I worked for a paving contractor. Rob and I both got hired at Withers Ravenel to basically accelerate the program of pavement management for Withers Ravenel. And so we were slated with basically developing the pavement management systems in 2 programs. Rob and I have been friends since 2007. It's been a joy working with him. He's surveyed 9,500 miles of road. I've surveyed 6,500 miles of road. And then we have Jay Young, who was with Division 7 for 30 plus years. So I tell you that we bring you a staff of experts in pavement management who perform the pavement condition survey. So Withers Ravenel has been involved with pavement condition survey since 2013. We did the survey back in 2014 for the town. So from 13 until Rob and I were hired, we did 10 pavement condition surveys. And then this year, Rob and I, we've done 14 pavement condition surveys. So we have accelerated the program as we were supposed to. As you can see from the slide here, that we have 22 clients, 24 pavement condition surveys. And as a company, we have surveyed over 2,900 miles since 2013. So that's just a little bit about our team, about the company. So if I can get this to change for me. So as the project, these are the project deliverables, and I'm just going to quickly go through them. And these were delivered to Doran. The analysis includes the work plans from the software that we used, and we used Capital Predictor software by Dude Solutions, and that's what allowed us to do the predictive modeling and also to provide the work plan. So that was part of the analysis. There's Appendix C. This is a street listing, and it's every street and all the inventory data, all the distress data that we collect, and then recommendations and costs for each of the street segments. And we provided that alphabetically and by PCI. And I'll tell you what the PCI is. It's the Pavement Condition Index. So it's a scale from 0 being the worst up to 100, a new street. So that is your Pavement Condition Index. And we calculated that Pavement Condition Index for each street segment. And then we did a weighted average by lane miles for the entire network. So just a little background of Pavement Condition Index. The street listing which is in PDF format, is also provided in a spreadsheet format. That's your database, and it's included in a GIS format, so we can tie it back to all the GIS in the town. The presentation that you see here is similar to what we provided at the deliverables meeting. We cut it down for time's sake. And then the report, which I'm going to be talking about, and this presentation covers, it's basically a summary of the report. So if I guess you have trouble sleeping tonight, you could get the report and take a look at it. All righty. So the purpose of the project was obviously to do a pavement condition survey. And FHWA, which is the Federal Highway Administration, recommends that a survey be performed every 2 to 3 years. And you say, why is that? Why do we need it every 2 to 3 years? And when you're using preservation treatments, roads tend to not perform as well. They don't all perform the same way, and the data becomes less accurate after about 3 years. So you can't make good decisions on the roads that we call high on the curve. Those are roads that have minimal distresses on them. The list is not as accurate. And also too is when you put money into your program, you want to see where what was the bang for the buck that you got for the monies that you spent on the roadway network. So that's why they recommend the 2 to 3 years. It's an unbiased perspective. I'm unbiased. I live in Colfax and I come to Kernersville quite a bit, but I didn't rate the roads, so I didn't have any dog in the fight, I guess. We ran this information through the software that I mentioned, and we were able to do the predictive modeling and the optimized work plans. And when we say optimized work plans, we're talking that it determines what we call the right mix of fixes. There's multiple maintenance activities, and it works off of a benefit cost ratio to determine the best fix of those. What's the proportioning of each of those so that we get to maximize the taxpayers' dollars. All right, and then the report, which we're gonna talk about here. All righty, so the pavement condition survey, it's what's known as a windshield survey, and it was Jacob and Jay. They rode the streets, and they drove the streets at about 5 to 10 miles an hour, and they looked at every street segment in the town. And I know that sounds really exciting, but that's what they did. And so we're out in a Withers Ravenel vehicle. We had the strobe lights on. We have magnets. The guys are wearing the protective the safety gear to make sure that they're visible. We're very mindful of the safety aspect of it, and just so that we're safe, everybody else is safe. And one thing I want to note here, if you look to the right and you see there's a map, and we drive down the street and we pick on a segment, and the form to the right comes up. And I just wanted to let you know that we pay close attention to the data that we're collecting. So when the folks are in the car, they have a conversation on what they see. If they don't agree at the end of a segment, they turn around and they re-rate the road. We had previous PCI information from the last survey in 2014. So that's another indicator. If we don't come up close to the way it was last time or less than, we know we have a problem. Also too is our folks know when things trigger, when maintenance activities should happen. So if we thought, this road is a reconstruct and we're up in the 80s with our PCI score, we're turning around and we're going to do it again. And I tell you that is that we're painstaking about making sure that we're coming up with a PCI score that truly matches the condition of the road. And, after the survey, I rode the roads myself. I rode about 13 miles to do a QA check to make sure that my guys were doing a good job for you guys. So you have to start with good data to make good decisions, and we collected good data. The PCS methodology, first of all, Kernersville maintains about 98 miles of asphalt streets. We conducted the survey in September of 2021. And you can see here, these are the 7 pavement distresses that we collected. and it's LTPP, long-term pavement performance, and it's recommended by FHWA. And we collect severity, how bad it is, and extent, how much for each distress as we're driving down the road. And when we're done with the survey, we got to make sure that the data was entered correctly. And then what we do with the data is then we go and calculate a PCI score for each street segment. We do it for the entire network, and then we are able to use that information. We import it into the software. I can get this changed. All righty, so this is just some basic street inventory. Most of the streets are paved streets, and there's just a little under 2 miles are unpaved streets. So this slide needs a little explanation. We're going to talk about remaining asset value a little later, and I'm going to talk about asset value. So you notice in item 3, we have the number of square yards that are in the streets for the town of Kernersville. So it's about 1.4 million square yards of pavement. So if we were to reconstruct those roads, just do everything all at one time at $42 a square yard, you're looking at about $60 million in net worth. But no, nobody has that. No one would ever do that. We would fix everything. So what we could do though is in that list I was showing you, the street listing, it has a recommendation for each street, and that is known as your backlog. So every street has some maintenance activity with a cost. It's known as your backlog. So that is really the highest you could get, and the highest you could get with the unlimited funding would be a 90.1 pavement condition index. So we're going to multiply that. It's 90.1 divided by 100 times that 60 million, which gives us item 7, the asset value for unlimited funding. Well, you still have to take it one more further, and we multiply that number, item 7, by the current PCI score, which is a 68.7, and we come up with the asset value for the current condition, which is roughly about $37 million. So I tell you all that is that's the calculation that we are going to do each year of the projections to determine the remaining asset value. So it's a proportion based on the condition. So as I was saying, these are the backlog. So the town has a backlog of $15.2 million. Not going to dive too deep into this. These are the maintenance activities that we use for the report. You can see the lane miles of each and the cost that make up that backlog. So this warrants an explanation. This is how we trigger maintenance activities. So you can see the PCI ranges. So when we have an 81 to 100, those are roads that are in pretty good shape. They have very minimal cracking. You might have cracks that need to be crack sealed. Some of them may need to be patched. So if you have that, you do those treatments. But if not, then you do some sort of preservation treatment, and we call it preservation prevent, which is a rejuvenator. And I know that the town has used that in the past and has had good results. So that's your first range. Second range, 65 to 81, we call that preservation correct. Now, those are roads that have a little more cracking to them. So you can do patching, you can do crack sealing, but then we're applying some thin lift to that surface to protect the riding surface. And the name of the game here is that we got to keep the surface water out of the base. If the water gets into the base, it's very destructive. And when we start replacing base, it's when you're starting to spend the most amount of money. So you want to make sure that that layer doesn't allow the surface water to get down into the base. And so that's what this treatment does, and that's what the treatment before does as well. We were trying to protect it. We call it perpetual pavement. You want to protect the base at all costs, and at some point you're going to have to mill that surface off, but we're going to push it off as far as we can. Try to spend the least amount of money to maintain that network at the highest level of service. 26 to 65 is your mill and fill. the milling machine takes up all the asphalt and puts the asphalt back, and then your 0 to 26 is your reconstruct. So I tell you that's how we made the decisions in the for the current backlog. All righty. So so the software comes in now. We input the data into the software, and we ran 3 budget scenarios, which we worked out with Doran, which we were to run. And so we ran $500,000 per year, $1 million a year, which maintains the current PCI score, and then $2 million a year. So this is a tabular a table of the results, and you can see our 3 scenarios and our current condition with the PCI score of a 68 and that remaining asset value of about 37 million. The far right column is a column that compares the remaining asset value from the scenarios to the current condition. So just this is a tabular format of the results from the software. But the next slide is really kind of the pinnacle of what we're here to do. And, basically, we want to be able to take that data that we collected from the field and leverage it into something that's going to make sense without having to dive into the details about alligator cracking or anything like that, right? This tells a really good story. Back in 2014, the town's roads were at a 76.2. And then when we surveyed the roads in 2021, they were a 68.7. So you can see the downward, the decline of the roads, and it matches with that $500,000 per year. That if it's just a trend that we're seeing from the roadway network, and you can see from the line that's blue that the town is going to need about $1 million a year to maintain the roadway network. And this slide is just a demonstration of this. And I can tell you, I've modeled a lot of streets, and it's indicative that minimally you need about $1 million for every 100 miles of road. So this is right in line with that. So this is the slide I was telling you about. This is the remaining asset value. So you can see to the left, we start off at that $37 million. And then we apply the PCI score for each of the years for each of the scenarios, and that gives us the remaining asset value. So this is another way to look at it. These are the condition states, and it's just a nice color graph or pie chart here. So you have very good, which is between 91 and 100. You have good, which is 81 and 91. Fair is it's 65 to 81. Poor is 26 to 65, and very poor is 0 to 26. So that is the current condition, the colors, and then we compare it to the other scenarios. And this is $500,000 at the end, in the year 10. And what you'll notice here is that there's a 12% increase in the number of very poor streets. And that's significant, right? Your whole, so you got almost 18% of your network in poor condition, and that's why it's dropping so much when we're spending $500,000 a year. When we move to the $1 million a year, you can see that we've a number of very poor streets has increased, but so has the number of very good and good streets. It's almost it's 70% of the network that is in very good or good condition. So, and by the way, we did run this scenario, the $1 million a year. We ran it for 20 years just to make sure that there were no, we didn't have a year 15 where it plummeted. And then the $2 million a year is kind of the, I guess it would be the platinum standard. That's where all your roads are either very good or in good condition. All right, so for recommendations based on what we've seen from the past 2014 survey till now, and based on projections, we recommend an annual increase in the roadway funding. We recommend a pavement condition survey every 2 to 3 years. Geotechnical testing is important for the streets where we don't know what's down there. We don't know how much asphalt thickness or how much base. Utilizing the full toolbox, so most municipalities stick with mill and fill. They mill everything up and they pave it. To be sustainable, it's really you have to use preservation, prevent your rejuvenators, and preservation correct your thin lift hot mix asphalt. Utilizing the software results is going to get you your best bang for your buck. And then, what we do for pavements is what we can do for water, sewer, and stormwater. And those are common corridor assets. And a lot of times they're overlooked, and sometimes we pay the price because we pave a road and then someone comes by behind us and digs up the new pavement. So we're trying to avoid that. All righty. So I'm ready for questions.
Go back to that slide.
I'll go back to that slide.
Make a comment. Back to this slide, just for some background information for some of the new board members. Over 2 decades ago, we set a goal, or the town set a goal, that our streets would be 80 or above. But the majority of the streets, 80 or above. And for the most part, for those 2 decades, we stayed at 80 or above. As a matter of fact, in 2008, our rating was 80.7. So we kept that standard there for a long time. Then we all know what happened in 2008 and 9. We had the recession and loss of revenue, and we stopped funding these programs. So now the problem is, if you see the red line, that's $500,000 a year. If we put $500,000 a year into resurfacing, we continue to get worse. If we put $1 million a year, the blue line, we stay the way we are right now. We still don't get back to 80 unless it's something above something between the 1 million and the 2 million would be required every year for 10 years to get us back to somewhere close to the 80. If that's where this board wants us to go in the future. Any questions?
Yeah. One thing about predictive modeling is that it's not perfect, but it's the best information that we have. And just to let you know that Rob and I spent quite a bit of time developing the curves, the deterioration curves for North Carolina. So it's pretty accurate. It's as accurate as you can get. Yeah, it varies, and it really there are a lot of variables. It depends upon how it was built, what it was intended for. You put a concrete plant at the end of a road that wasn't designed to handle that, it's going to go quick. So yeah, and some roads that don't get enough traffic, that's another problem, because the tires have a kneading effect on the pavement. And if you don't have enough traffic on the road, it'll dry out quicker. It'll age quicker. Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, and a lot of it has to do with new development, right? And a lot of the roads that I've seen are sometimes they're paved right on dirt. There's no base, and it's usually because it's the development, itself. Like no one's watching the developer, and they go and they build it, and the town inherits the streets, and they're in bad shape. So to put together some sort of a policy that stipulates here's the pavement thickness, and providing inspection to make sure it gets built the right way. Those are tall orders. And then when you change the spec for the pavement, you'll have your developers, screaming that we're not making any money here. we're going to move somewhere else and, work where they can make money. So anyway, those are some of the issues that can come up.
I can say that Kernersville, for at least 20 years, we've probably had the highest or the toughest street segment standard around. The majority of our standards reflect those of DOTs, but when it comes to the pavement section itself, we have the strictest pavement section of any of our neighbors. And so far, the developers haven't balked too much because they want to be here. So the roads that we've built in the last 15 to 20 years, the majority of those have never even been resurfaced because we had an inspection program and we watched those contractors while they were building them. Most roads have a life expectancy of 15 years before they need to be repaved or some kind of major work done. But I can show you some tomorrow that's been here 25 years and still not been touched yet, other than crack sealing and something. So we do have some tight standards. Our problem is growth. Just purely number of axle loads on the pavement is deteriorating it, and we are short on the funding that we need to keep it at par.
Are we funding at the $1 million level on the average right now, or about what are we doing?
What would you say, Curtis? The average is 500,000. Some years we have $1 million. Some years we have nothing. 2 years in a row we have nothing. Then the next year we may have 500,000. Over the last 5 years, it may average out to 500,000 a year. I'd have to go back and look.
It may be average to 500,000, but it's been, I think maybe 1 year out of the last 5, we funded $1 million or $750,000. There's been more years probably out of the last 5 that we have not funded any, than we have funded. So I think we had 2 years in a row that was maybe $1 million.
I think 1 year was $1.5 million. 1 year was 500,000, and then there was a break for a little bit.
Yeah, I know this year, I don't think in this year's budget, 21-22 budget, I don't believe we funded any, and I don't think we did in 2021 either.
We did not.
So for the last 2 years, we've not funded any. So it's Dorn's about right, probably average 500,000 for the last 5 years, maybe.
I got a question. Steve, what are y'all selling here? I'm new on the board. I don't know anything about this. You're selling something. What are you selling?
To manage the pavement the way it needs to be managed, right? That's my goal, is to work with municipalities like the town to, that there's a right way of doing things,
right?
And getting to the right level of spending and applying the right maintenance activities to the right roads at the right time is kind of a cliche that's used throughout the industry. But that's really what we're selling. We just want to make sure that the town has a successful program.
So basically what you're doing is trying to help the town prioritize the road that need the maintenance forecasted out in.
That's right. And that's where the work plans come in from the software.
I need to explain one other thing for the new members. Sorry, I didn't plan to take this much time. Is we have a town engineer and we have a few inspectors, but we really don't have an engineering department like we used to have. So Withers Ravenel is our engineers. So they work for us as our engineers. They don't have anything in this other than their rate, their fee for doing their services.
And it's what we do with the report is when we do get some funding in the budget. And I can tell you, Dorn requests funding every year, whether it's $1 million, $2 million, whatever he requested in the budget. And some years it stays in, some years it doesn't. But when that funding, if the funding is recommended and the board approves it, we use this pavement condition rating to decide really what roads are we going to go out and do what, because I think Steve covered it earlier. If you've got a road that's, it's around the sea and you can fix it and keep it from getting worse, you want to do that sometimes even over the road that might already be an F, because it's going to cost you a lot more money and something to fix that road that's an F than it will to keep that road that's a C and make it a B and it lasts longer. We've had some roads recently. I think probably South Park was the last ones that were probably a D or an F, I would think.
They were a D. South Park, Bridgeport.
And, it was expensive then to fix those. And it just continues to increase because, like you said, you have to go in, you have to mill those roads up. You got to bring back in your base. You got to put your base down. You got to pave them, all of that. So we use it for our purposes to prioritize what roads we need to do. And we ask for the funding some years to do that. And I think is what you're seeing here tonight is that, going to have to bite the bullet at some point, and that funding is going to have to become more regular in the budget than what it has. Now, the catch with that is there's a lot of things that get requested in that budget every year that require about the same amount of funding. So it's how do you prioritize that? As Dorn mentioned, for a long time, for 2 decades, we prioritized road funding and had that. But in the time since then, we've prioritized building infrastructure, mainly buildings. And so that has taken away, obviously, from funding the roads. So that's not going away. You will hear about it all of the time. Now, a lot of what you hear about now with potholes and road plates and all of that, that's not us. That's not Dorn's crew. That's not the town. That's somebody else. But it's what they have done in turn is they've goofed up that pavement condition. When you got 8 patches in a 50-yard stretch of a road, it just kills it because it spreads across the whole road.
I will say one more thing. Our condition rating of 68.7 is somewhat misleading because you got to take into account that of all the new roads that's come into Kernersville in the last 5 to 10 years, that's made our rating go up even more. So without those new roads, that 68.7 would be a lot lower. As a matter of fact, we have 50-something?
59 segments that need reconstruction.
That means you have to rebuild them like a brand new road. They've failed, so they have to be completely rebuilt.
But the answer is not to just go after those streets, because what happens is you spend a lot of money in a small area and you'll have more streets that'll fall down into the same category. So, you gotta keep, when the roads are built brand new, we gotta, like a deck, put the Thompson's water seal on it, right? And the pavement's the same way. We gotta, we have treatments at all levels to keep them from jumping levels where it's more expensive. The unit costs are more expensive.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, board members.
I hope that we can get a copy of this presentation.
Sure.
And the list of access to some of that other information, like the list of the streets, maybe.
Sure, we have all that data.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
All right. Item E is presentation on telehealth pilot program in fire rescue department.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
I got to looking at my watch and I didn't know if I needed to say good morning or good evening. So I'll go with good evening. Little light humor, but again, it's a pleasure to see everyone. Just wanted to brief the board on the telehealth pilot program that the Fire Rescue Department is participating in conjunction with Wake Forest Baptist Health, Atrium Health, and Novant Health, Forsyth County EMS, and Forsyth County 911. The purpose of the telehealth pilot program is to determine the effectiveness of telehealth in the pre-hospital setting, specifically for non-emergency medical incidents. So when a 911 call is made and someone needs some medical assistance, it goes through a screening process. And in that screening process, the 911 operator will ask questions to determine, is this an emergency call or is this a non-emergency call? The issue is the number of calls that are coming into 911 can outpace the number of EMS resources that are available to be able to respond. And so what happens is when we have a lot of emergency calls, those resources need to be sent to the emergent calls, and the non-emergency calls kind of hang out there and they're held until resources are available to be able to respond. So that creates, it could create potentially a long wait time. I have been informed that this wait time could be hours. And so that's definitely an issue. So hopefully with the telehealth program, the calls that are meet the telehealth protocol can be, instead of being held, can be diverted through that program. And what telehealth is, y'all may have participated that in something similar to this yourselves, but basically it's a video call with a physician. And so when the 911 operator is going through the screening process, they and it meets the telehealth protocol, they're going to ask the patient or the caller, would you like to participate in telehealth? And if they elect to do that, then they will transfer that patient to patient services with Wake Forest Baptist or Novant Health. And from there, patient services will work with the patient to link them up with a physician there in the emergency room. We have not responded to any telehealth calls. We're mainly providing support to this pilot program. If there's a reason for someone to go out and to do an assessment on a patient for the physician, or to assist a patient with a telehealth call and EMS is not available, then we will be sent out to help support that. That way, this will help the medical director and EMS to be able to determine the effectiveness of the program. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Nope. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any speakers from the floor? Is there anyone who'd like to, it has to be on a non-agenda item, not the zoning case. Okay. Okay.
Again, I'm Al Lewis. I live at 1112 Cloud Peak Court. I just wanted to bring up a couple of concerns for issues regarding cases similar to the ones we heard tonight going forward. Specifically the time limits. As you saw, there was a rather lopsided ability to present one's views in the proponent side as opposed to the opponent side. Granted, there were a lot more folks in my particular instance that were on the opponent side. And as you also saw, a lot of those presentations had to be rushed and many things cut and abused. And I cannot say whether any minds might have been changed if more time had been given, but that's something that I'd recommend be changed in the future for such cases, especially such controversial ones. Whether it be simply giving everybody a smaller time limit or having a pool of time that can be divided amongst everybody equally, something along those lines would be a suggestion. As well, obviously there were quite a few supporting documents that were given. My concern is that several folks had professed to have not even read the one that I sent in, and therefore nothing that I could say could be brought up. Obviously that's concerning, especially in such controversial cases that one might expect that at least the comments that were sent in should be read. And if they were not entirely read, at least skimmed over and at least being familiar with. And then that was not the case, especially in the instance of the specific letter that I sent in. It was actually mentioned, but again, I don't know whether that could have swayed any opinions, but the possibility is there. And that's just something I'd like to bring up for future incidences. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else to speak from the floor? All right. I have the town manager's report, the town manager's short report.
It will be short. I don't really have a report. All I would like to say is I would like to congratulate Jeff Hatling on his retirement upcoming.
And I'm just glad everyone will hang out with me so long tonight. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
As Jeff stated, he started in March. I first came on the board in November. And after a few zoning cases that lasted a little bit later than tonight, I thought, there's no way this guy's going to make it. A guy from Minnesota that came here from West Virginia, he'll last about 3 months and then he'll be out of here. Well, 24 years later, thankfully, Jeff is still here. Jeff, I've enjoyed working with you in every aspect. I've worked with you as an elected official, as town manager. Appreciate the job that you've done for the town in your time here. And I wish you well in your retirement, and don't hang out in the woods up in the mountains too much. And, come see us when you're back in Kernersville. But really thank you for all the efforts you put forth through the years, all the contributions you made, planning, zoning, and inspections, and really appreciate it. And again, I hope you enjoy your retirement. It's well earned. Thank you. And no more meetings until midnight for you.
You could do like some of the planning board members and join a volunteer board. You could jump back in.
I guarantee you I will not be on any boards that have night meetings.
I mean, I don't mean in Kernersville. I mean wherever your mountain.
You'll have to be like I don't know. It's been many years, so thank you guys.
Do you have anything further, Curtis? Okay. Ed, Mr. Powell, do you have anything?
I don't have a report. We do have need for a short closed session.
Okay, have you given someone the motion, or?
I've got a motion prepared here.
And while he's bringing that up, only thing I do have is you have a budget to actual report at your table there. We're providing those monthly. You have the budget actual report for month ending November 30th. So if you got any questions about it and wish to look at it, just give me a call.
Okay, I'd like to express appreciation to the Kernersville Police Department for their support for Piney Grove Elementary's visit today. It was a group of 120 second graders who were very excited to be on a field trip. The teachers were very happy too, because it was the first field trip the second grade at Piney Grove had taken since COVID-19 sent the students home. And I'd also like to just thank all the newly elected, newly sworn aldermen. I mean, the entire board is newly elected, so thank you for your work today for this very complex meeting right on the heels of all of that. And to the new aldermen, I really appreciate the work everyone put into preparing for this meeting. And I appreciate when you were campaigning, all the time you spent watching the meetings, because I think it helped prepare you well for the meeting tonight. So with the School of Government classes that are available in just a little bit more time, just keep asking questions. And, every meeting there's something to learn, and every department has something different going on. So it's always good to stop and ask questions and just make sure we've covered everything before we move on to the next thing. And I just appreciate everybody's commitment to service, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. We'll miss you, Jeff. We're looking forward to working with Catherine and the other staff as we move forward. So echoing Curtis, come back and visit. But I mean, you've earned your retirement, and I hope you really, really enjoy it. And other than that, I just wanted to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I hope I see all of you between now and the new year, but I think this is our last planned meeting. Don't not answer the phone if it's an emergency and I call you for a meeting though, okay? So with a couple days notice, we can call one if we need one, if something urgent comes up for the needs of the town. So with that, Alderman Thompson, do you have anything final?
I'd just like to congratulate Jeff. I started building in Kernersville, I think 2 years before he got here, and I've learned a tremendous amount from him. Some I agreed with, and a lot I didn't agree with. But congratulations. I'm glad that you're able to get to this milestone, and I wish you well.
Alderman Vera?
I don't have a whole lot to say, but I'd like to say this is my first meeting with him as an alderman, but I've fought with him for the last 30 years over stuff, or 27 years, as long as he's been here. He's always been a great person to work with. It's well deserved. You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Apple?
I want to say the same thing. Jeff, not just to you, but thank you for all that you've done for me personally and professionally and for the town. But again, I want to reiterate that the level of professionalism of our department heads continues just to absolutely motivate me to try to be better and to perform up to your level. So thank you for all you do and the professionalism you bring to your areas of expertise. Thank you.
Alderman J.R. Gorham?
Jeff, I'd just like to say to you, I hope you know what retirement means. I don't, and enjoy it, anything about coming back and being on the board, I'm with you all the way. I understand where you're coming from. Best to you. God bless.
Alderman Penix?
Yeah, Jeff, we're going to miss you, buddy. You've done a wonderful service to the town of Kernersville, and we appreciate it. Catherine, you couldn't have a better role model or mentor than Jeff Hatling. He knows his work up one side and down the other, and all I hear are good things about you, Catherine. So we're excited to have you. You're so much better looking than Jeff. Oh, there he is. But thank you both. And I have a motion to make.
All right, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged and pursuant to NCGS 143-318 to discuss the possible acquisition of real property, and pursuant to NCGS 143-318 to discuss matters involving personnel.
A second.
I have a motion by Alderman Penix. I have a second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, this board is now in closed session.
Oh, boy.
Got a motion by Thompson, second by Gorham. All in favor? We are now in open session. Is there any further business before the board?
Just one brief item, Madam Mayor. The board is required per the town charter to appoint a town attorney at its first meeting after they are seated as aldermen. So that would be tonight. The board is required to appoint someone as town attorney. You have Mr. Wolf's resignation from serving as town attorney that is effective December 31st. So my recommendation to the board would be to retain Mr. Wolf from now until December 31st as town attorney, and then effective January 1st, the board can appoint Mr. Powell if it so chooses to be town attorney at that time.
I would put a recommendation in to retain Ed Powell as our town attorney effective January 1st. He's done a good job representing us and answering our questions at the meetings, helping us with issues with the state legislators, with some of the letters he's written on behalf of the town. And I do appreciate the service and professionalism he brings to the town of Kernersville, and think we'd be well served by his services at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you very much.
So do I have a motion and this would be the town manager's recommendation to keep John Wolf as the town attorney through December 31st?
Yes.
And start with Ed Powell as the primary town attorney effective January 1st.
Yes.
Okay, got a motion by Chris, second by Bill. All those in favor? It's unanimous.
And Madam Mayor, I will have Ms. Powell's contract on the agenda for approval in January.
Okay, well, thank you for your service. Look forward to continuing to work with you. Is there any further business before the board this evening?
I have none. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I have a motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All in favor? It's unanimous. This meeting is now adjourned.
Okay.